So, dear ladies and gentlemen, the Practical Scientific Conference dedicated to the adoption of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention of Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Welcome to the National Library of Belarus, and it's quite symbolic that this very important political, societal, historical and legal event is being held here in the symbol of the Belarusian sovereignty identity, where one of the sources of the historical archival information about the events of the Great Patriotic War is held. I'm sure that today's conference is going to become yet another step in establishing the historical truth about those events. It is very important not only for the history, but also for our future, for future generations. And allow me to give the floor to open the plenary session to the General Prosecutor of the Republic of Belarus, to Andrei Ivanovich Shved. The distinguished conference participants, on the year of the 80-year anniversary of the great victory, we give the honors to the Belarusian people and have the events of the Great Patriotic War is not just a page in history. It's a wound that is still healing. It's a memory about each third perished citizen of Belarus, about hundreds of destroyed villages that shared the fate of Khatyn, concentration camps that became factories of death on our planet. The International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg and the condemned Nazi Germany military leaders were left without punishment, which was the first step towards the Cold War, and only the insistent position of the Soviet judges and prosecutors allowed to achieve the condemnation of the leaders of the Nazi regime and to recognize the Nazi political party, SS, Gestapo, as war criminals. At the same time, some of the such criminals were still not found guilty, and the Wehrmacht leadership was also not found guilty that was using war as the instrument of genocide and killed the population on the territory of Soviet Union. Many criminals guilty of mass killings of civilians were not punished. They freely lived on the territory of the Western states and even occupied leadership positions, including the NATO. Now everyone realized that the West has been conducting and still conducting hypocritical policy of splitting peoples into wrong and right and sowing discord among them. And it is with this purpose that the monuments to the warriors liberators are being destroyed, and attempts are being made to justify some of the collaborators to rewrite history and to undermine the deed of the Soviet liberators. Nazism for some of the Western countries are part of the modern history, and then preparing the second bloody crusade against the East. So our duty is not only to restore the historical justice and give the executors their proper names, but also to give legal and moral assessment of those horrendous crimes. The events of 2020 in Belarus showed that unfortunately our youth does not fully realize and is not fully aware of the crimes of Nazis and their collaborators that allowed to get them involved into the radical extremist activities. Therefore, the General Prosecutor's Office in 2022 decided to initiate an investigation against the genocide against the Belarusian nation. and the work conducted by the prosecutors on the commemoration of the victims of the genocide allows us to state that in our country there is not a single student who wouldn't know about the crimes of the Nazis. Every criminal has been established, and every new victim identified is our contribution to the great historical justice. The tragic events of the Great Patriotic War is part of the total history of the Soviet peoples, of the Soviet Union. We need to unify our efforts in making sure that those events are internationally recognized as genocide. Currently, a draft resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations is being developed to establish an international day for genocide of the Soviet peoples and condemning any denial of such crimes, and to make sure that all of the perpetrators of crimes against humanity are punished. So please, distinguished scholars, support this initiative in your own countries, and I'm sure that the international conference will become an important step in that direction. We should not allow the truth be hidden behind demagogical discussions that the Convention of the Organization on United Nations on the Prevention of Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted after the Great Patriotic War, cannot be applied to the events during that war. So the truth, moral, and justice on our side, and we are not alone in our efforts when assessing the current events. So I would like to wish the conference participants peace and prosperity. Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished Andrei Ivanovich. So, distinguished colleagues, one of the participants of our conference, the chairperson of the Council of the Russian Federation, has a meeting with the head of our state, so let's give him the floor first. So, Alexander Ivanovich, you have the floor. Andrei Ivanovich, distinguished colleagues, today we've gathered here at the third International Research to Practice Conference dedicated to the adoption of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, signed on the 9th of December in 1948 in New York. It is with great pleasure that I would like to point out that our meeting within the convention has become a long-standing tradition. By joint efforts, we were able to create a platform necessary to exchange experience, research, and looking for a solution to prevent such crimes in the future. Together, we are striving towards raising awareness and strengthening the international cooperation, and to conduct important work on protecting human rights and the dignity of our peoples. We are now facing a situation when crimes against humanity can be repeating there where historical truth has not been established, where victims have been forgotten, and executors were justified, and genocide become an instrument of political manipulations. And that is why it is very important to disclose, to investigate and qualify such crimes, and to establish facts of genocide both in the future and today. The Investigative Committee of the Russian Federation, acting in accordance with the international law and the national legal and procedural mechanism, is conducting a large-scale work on investigating crimes against civilians that cover two linked historical milestones, which is the genocide against the Soviet people during the Great Patriotic War and the crimes of the Kiev regime that have been committed since 2014 against the peaceful civilians of Donbass, Zaporozhye, Kherson regions and the adjacent territories to Russia. The investigation of the first stage milestone, which is the genocide against the Soviet people during the Great Patriotic War, combines 24 previously instigated criminal cases of the mass killings of civilians on the territory of 32 contemporary regions of the Russian Federation, from the northwest of the country to northern Caucasus Mountains, from Crimea to Volgograd region, which means that the crimes of Nazis and their collaborators are perceived not as isolated episodes, but as a single systematic criminal plan classified as genocide. This year, based on the materials of the Investigative Committee of Russia, the Russian courts of different regions in the country, Arkhangelsk, Zaporozhye, Murmansk, Novgorod, and Kherson regions, the Kalmykia Republic, Cherkessia, and North Ossetia and Alania, recognized the fact against their population. Such conclusions and opinions are also corroborated by the fact that mass killings, tortures, and hunger and killing of children and prisoners of war were not just war crimes, but were crimes that annihilate millions of ethnicities in this union as carriers, mediums of the national identity. Today, so far, have conducted interviews with 4,000 former prisoners of concentration camp, and those people are eyewitnesses of grievous that serve to build a huge bulk of physical evidence, and now history takes shape and face and voice. An important component to the investigation is the works and search for previously unknown burials. May 2025 was the year when 283 buried civilians were exhumated in Kherson region. On the skulls of the children and adults, we found bullet holes produced by the Nazis, and also we had proof that the victims were actually civilians. In July 2025, in Pskov region, we found another mass burial grave. 40 people that were shot by Wehrmacht soldiers and collaborators from the Baltic states. Those episodes show us that the crimes were committed not only by the German military, but also by the local collaborators that participated in the killings of civilians. And they become a connecting point between the Second World War and the modern attempts to turn Nazi collaborators into heroes. We know that those crimes have no statute of limitation, so it is very important to conduct joint investigative operations between the Russian and Belarusian investigative bodies. We can declassify the materials related to the Baltic and Ukrainian collaboration. Only in 2025, 22 requests for legal help have been submitted. More than 2,000 archived materials have been handed over, which is a direct contribution to the international legal process. As a result of the obtaining of such materials by the Belarusian side, a number of court decisions were made, including the condemnation of Semyon Serafimovich for the genocide of the Belarusian people, and the investigation is now turned into an international investigation where the investigative bodies can be compared to the International Tribunal. Along with the establishment of the historical truth, the investigative authorities of Russia also are investigating the modern crimes of the Kiev regime against the peaceful civilians. Since 2014, the Russian Investigative Committee instigated more than 8,000 criminal cases against the Kiev regime. The military and political leadership have been indicted. The members of the radical nationalistic organizations and uniformed personnel. The convictions have been made against thousands of people. Courts pass just decisions and severe punishments that are on par with the level of their crimes. Since the start of the military operation, more than 4,000 criminal cases have been documented, including missile attacks against civilian settlements, drone attacks, and strikes on the border regions of Russia. Here we can trace the modern forms of the same crime, where civilians become the target of physical annihilation. Since 2014, the investigators of the Russian Investigative Committee, together with the specialists of the Chief Department, are participating in the investigative operations in DNR, LNR. A specialized investigative committee was set up in the NER that has the more contemporary technologies, drones, radars, locators, analyzers of explosives. The equipment of that department allows to record and report on the destroyed facilities. They identify the types of missiles and explosives and the launch sites, which excludes the possibility of any other informational and political manipulations. To date, the investigation of the genocide of the Great Patriotic War times and the modern crimes of the Kiev regime now gain a unified legal sense, which is to protect the civilians against the killings just because they belong to a certain ethnic group. The materials collected and evidence collected by the Investigative Committee of the Russian Federation against Nazis is not only about establishing the historical truth, but it is a national legal act that confirms that killing civilians in 1941 and 1945 can be classified as a targeted genocide. Every established fact does not only have the historical, but also, as we see it, legal significance. The archival data of the exhumation and the eyewitness reports of the prisoners of concentration camps allow us to build up a bulk of physical evidence can be compared to the bulk of the evidence of the Nuremberg Tribunal. I would like to emphasize that the joint activities between the General Prosecutor's Office of Belarus and the Chief Investigative Committee of Russia help us create an international archive dedicated to the genocide against the Soviet people, which also includes the data about the collaborators from the Baltic and Ukrainian collaborators, which makes this activity not only a national but an interstate project. Such cooperation leads to a specific court decision, which is very important when certain states try to revise or even justify the participation of collaborators in the Nazi crimes.
And these are not opinions of historians or political statements. These are court rulings that have become effective. Since 2014, the investigative committee has been recording the usage of prohibited ways of warfare, which is manifested by the selection of civil size, a discriminate use of cluster munitions, ballistic missiles that target places of gathering. There is an intent to these crimes. These are not military targets, but markets, schools, places of rest, places of worship that are targeted. So it's not by accident, but rather by intent that these crimes occur. Also, there is such a notion as intentional oblivion. This is a goal-driven process where criminals are glorified and presented as heroes whilst victims are stripped of the right to be identified, recognized, or grieved over. The investigation of the Kiev regime crimes shows that as soon as there is a crime taking place, there is immediately grounds for conducting further, more severe crimes. The scope of our work is quite broad. In recent years, we prepared guidances, publications, research papers on various events, including conferences such as ours on warfare, location of mass graves, identification of the deceased, and so on. Modern developments are used to search victims of the patriotic wars, so the forensics becomes part of evidencing in the form of accurate knowledge corroborated by facts. Every methodology, every guidance is a result of many years of work in extreme conditions where our investigators can be on the front lines. It prevents such crimes from happening. We collect evidence not only for national courts. These materials could become the basis for international investigations. Crimes are getting recorded and documented, and we're implementing a similar approach. We try to record crimes at the time of their committal with the accuracy that provides no leeway to escape justice. Borders are transformed, but the responsibility of criminals remains. And as the world faces new criminal ideologies, investigative work in Russia and Belarus becomes international in nature. It becomes the basis of future solutions that will impede any attempt to rewrite history, distort facts, or give absolution to the criminals. And whilst there are people who extract the remains of people from the ground or the debris and fragments of missiles, the humankind still has a chance to avoid tragedies we're talking about and restore a full legal and judicial justice. Thank you for attention. Thank you very much, and we express gratitude for assisting us in investigating Nazi crimes during the Great Patriotic War. This kind of cooperation is a great example of how governments can collaborate on achieving goals. Let me give the floor to the chairperson of the Council of Republic of the National Assembly, Natalia Ivanovna Kachanova. Thank you. Dear participants of the conference, on behalf of the National Assembly, I'd like to welcome you to this third conference dedicated to the adoption of the Genocide Convention. This is the third time when Minsk has become a platform for a conference that looks into crimes that cannot be measured only in numbers, but rather in casualties and fatalities. This conference falls onto the year when we're celebrating the anniversary of the Great Patriotic War. And like nobody else, we know what it's like to be invaded. 80 years ago, enemies tried to obliterate and erase us, wipe us off the earth, with many villages burned and cities destroyed. A lot of people died fighting for their homeland. We're aware that peace is the greatest value which requires our utmost attention. We have a variety of participants from different backgrounds and countries, and this level of representation shows that the world now demands peace and tries to avoid any hate-mongering or wars. We stand for humanity and for perpetuation of memory. In 1945, Belarus, together with other countries, founded the United Nations, standing for and advocating the creation of a new world order based on human rights and pursuing justice for peoples. The Nuremberg process has become part of this initiative, where we heard the notion of genocide for the first time. However, despite the lessons of the past, we're now seeing the revival of fascism, and it's supported at national levels in some countries, like torch processions in some countries, a total ban on Soviet-related symbols. These are all reminders of those times. But our brave soldiers, we owe to our brave soldiers the lives of many generations that came. We can see like our youth is trying to be imposed upon alien notions and mind manipulation. We're living in times when there is an open informational confrontation. We have and dealing with a lot of manipulations where the feet of Soviet soldiers get devaluated. It is for this reason that in the new constitution of Belarus there is an obligation to preserve historical truth, and laws have been enacted to avoid rehabilitation of Nazism. There is an ongoing investigation on the genocide of Belarusian people during the war, initiated by the General Prosecutor's Office. There's a long way to go before we get a closure on all those villages and extermination camps. At Trostenets, Minsk, more than 140,000 people were tortured and killed. This evokes the deepest sense of sorrow. We need to respect the past. You must keep the photographs in the family album or the memorials in the cities. In every oblast center, there is a memorial dedicated to the war. Belarusfilm, a national filmmaking company, has been releasing a series of films on those cases of genocide, depicting the true and nature of the crimes committed. The General Prosecutor's work is very important. It seeks to perpetuate memory and unite society around true meanings. My sincere thanks go to the General Prosecutor for the total work and commitment dedicated to resolving the huge tragedy. It's important that the world knows the truth so that records and documents become the basis for evidence. And we become the conduit of historical truth. Our meetings, roundtables, our patriotic youth classes seek to connect generations. The memory train is a traditional project now, bringing to different countries yet another proof that the memory about the war is part of our gene and historical code. The International Cultural and Educational Forum Children of the Commonwealth is another project. We've been hosting it this year. It's important to keep all this information because it's our job to build the future together. And the results of the conference will add to the build-up of irrefutable proof of the crimes of the Nazis. Dear friends, let the peace conquered by our ancestors never lose its value. Let the spirit of the winners, the victors, be the foundation of our prosperity. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Natalia Ivanovna. Let me give the floor to the Chair of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly, Igor Petrovich Sergeyenko. Dear Andrei Ivanovich, dear participants of the conference, first and foremost, I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of the members of Parliament from the lower chamber and thank the organizers of the event and those participating in it. The issues we're discussing today are particularly important for the Eurasian region and the world on the whole. The Genocide Convention has become a consequence of realization of the atrocities of World War II and the willingness to cooperate to keep them from happening again. Our ancestors believed that they laid the foundation of peaceful existence for future generations, but 80 years later the world is facing another calamity, and contributing to this are irresponsible revanchism policies by the West, which claim louder and louder about xenophobia, Nazism, intolerance, which completely obliterates the efforts made by our ancestors. It is our mandate to remind the living generations about the crimes committed by the Nazis during the Great Patriotic War. The investigation of the genocide of Belarusian people have become the foundation of international efforts to preserve peace. The outcome of our work is to codify the provisions on memory conservation, avoidance of Nazism rehabilitation, and the genocide of Belarusian people as a notion has become a legal term, a legal reality, and for breaking it, you will face justice. Huge amount of work has been done to preserve memory about the war along the lines of the parliaments of Belarus and Russia. Just yesterday, the Belarus-Russian Commission looked into the outcomes of the Union program on perpetuation of memory of those perished, and looked into further ways to improve the work. It's been suggested to develop a draft on further improvements and beautifications of the memorials in our countries. Developing a conformity of opinion, uniformity of opinion is important across different sectors and agencies. I'm convinced that today's conference is going to become a worthy contribution to the cause of preserving memory of the war and avoiding intolerance. And your voices towards the principles of humanism at the heart of the convention will be heard worldwide. I wish you all fruitful work. Thank you. Thank you, Igor Petrovich. I'd like to give the floor to Alexander Grigorovich Volfovich, State Secretary of the Security Council. Dear colleagues, let me welcome all on behalf of the Security Council in Belarus and wish you all fruitful work, constructive work in the course of this important and significant event. The 1948 UN Genocide Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide established the international legal framework for recognizing crimes committed by the Nazis and their collaborators during the Great Patriotic War as genocide. It also contributed to defining genocide as the most heinous crime against humanity. The adoption of this convention was the international community's response to the atrocities of the Nazi regime and the horrors of genocide, aiming to ensure such crimes would never be repeated. Yet today, to our profound regret, we are confronted to rewrite and distort the history of the great victory over fascism. On the international stage, memory wars have erupted, with certain countries embarking on a path to revise the outcomes of the bloodiest and most merciless war in human history. Attempts are being made to whitewash Nazi criminals and their collaborators. The falsification and distortion of history carries destructive potential, creating vast opportunities for destabilizing a nation's political system. This is why the protection of historical memory has become particularly urgent in recent years, given new challenges and threats, mounting external pressure and information warfare targeting our country. In the updated national security concept of the Republic of Belarus, the protection of historical memory is defined as a strategic national interest, while the distortion of historical truth about the memory of the heroic past of Belarusian people is classified as a major threat to national security. Provisions prohibiting the falsification of history are enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Belarus, marking a significant step in the shaping of national identity based on generational continuity. 80 years after the end of the Great Patriotic War, the importance of history's lessons has become increasingly evident. We must not only remember but also speak out about the crimes now classified as genocide, resolutely counter any attempts to distort historical events, identify those involved in these atrocities, and ensure proper historical, legal, moral, and political assessment of these heinous acts. The Prosecutor General's Office, in collaboration with colleagues, is conducting extensive and systematic work in this direction. The investigation into the genocide of the Belarusian people during the Great Patriotic War. The post-war period is aimed at upholding the principles of inevitable accountability and justice, while also serving as a tribute to the fallen and innocent citizens of our country who were unjustly destroyed. For Belarusians who lost 1 in every 3 citizens during the war, preserving history is a strategic imperative. Our President has emphasized the memory of those who fell in the struggle for the freedom and independence of our homeland, for the liberation of the planet from the brown plague, and the memory of the victim of Nazism is sacred to our people. I'm convinced that hosting such international events, which bring together representatives from various countries and fields of work, helps consolidate efforts to preserve historical memory and condemning genocide. I wish all conference participants productive discussions, good health, peace, and prosperity.
Thank you very much, Alexander Grigorievich, and allow me to give the floor to Sergei Vladimirovich Kondratyev, Deputy Head of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Belarus, Chairperson of the Judicial Panel for Criminal Cases of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Belarus. Sergei Vladimirovich, you have the floor. Thank you. The Andrei Ivanovich, distinguished participants of the conference, it is a great honor for me on behalf of the judicial community of the Republic of Belarus to welcome all of the guests and participants of this conference. The research of the tragic events and the consequences of the Great Patriotic War is still relevant 80 years after the war, after liberating the country from the Nazis. It is important to preserve peace as the utmost value, which is reflected in the events of the Great Patriotic War. So rehabilitation of Nazism and the distortion of facts is a serious threat to the international peace and also national security. So this forum in this regard plays a huge role. It is important for our children and grandchildren because losing the image of our heroic past can take away our future. In this regard, establishing the true scale and the consequences of genocide of the Belarusian people, identifying the executors who destroyed our population during the war, regardless of where they are and whether they were able to live to the current day, is of very big importance. The collaborators of the Nazis were identified, detected, and punished, but some of them were able to seek shelter in the so-called Free West. During the investigation of the criminal cases of genocide against the Belarusian population, it was established that mass killings by Nazis and their collaborators of Belarusian people were produced on an industrial scale. And as a result, we have documents proving that on the Belarus soil, more than 3 million people were killed, 12,000 settlements were destroyed, and then 300 of them repeated the fate of Khatyn. Unfortunately, attempts to falsify the history still can be found today. This is why we are deeply concerned with the repeated cases of usage of certain citizens of the Nazi symbols and the dissemination of the neo-Nazism views and the glorifying of Nazi criminals. The Belarusian courts have investigated and punished people who promoted Nazism and who denied the genocide of the Belarusian people, which is of great concern for us, and all of it is being done on the internet. The criminal prosecution of such cases was possible thanks to the adoption of the law of the Republic of Belarus on the genocide of the Belarusian people, despite the fact that the crimes of the many of the Nazis were identified during the Nuremberg process. The results of that process is being criticized in the West. So many Nazis and their collaborators who sought shelter in the West were not criminally prosecuted at all for their crimes against humanity. It is worthy to note that they were not extradited. At the same time, thanks to the legal changes in our country, it became possible to investigate such crimes for the crimes committed on our soil, for crimes against humanity, crimes of war against those who did not survive the war, regardless of their. And we did those investigations without the consent, actually, of the relatives of those victims. and we were able to identify a huge number of such criminals and then bring them to justice, which helps us establishing the historical truth and also to implement the principle of the inevitability of punishment. So the Supreme Court of the Republic of Belarus convicted of genocide the executors in Khatyn, Vladimir Katryuk, Smusky, Seromifovich, Vinitsky, and Yarmochik, among them, who during numerous punitive operations in our country with extreme brutality committed mass killings of guerrilla warriors and civilians, including children and elderly population, destroyed the infrastructure and the property and food products of people, and moved a lot of youth for forced labor abroad. Similar, the Supreme Court also initiated a criminal case against Hans Zimmerling, who sought shelter in Germany after the war. Bringing such criminals to justice is being done in public, which helps raise the awareness about such crimes, helps disseminate the information about the Great Patriotic War and the consequences of Nazism. It also has huge legal significance for recognizing such crimes as genocide against civilians and defenders of their motherland. I'm sure that such actions will help preserve the historical truth and the memory of the heroism of the Belarusian people and shape the system of values of the current for the future generations and help us face future challenges. In conclusion, allow me to thank the organizers of this conference, and I would like to wish all of the participants fruitful work, open, constructive dialogue, and exchange of opinions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Sergei Vladimirovich. Now I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Head of the Presidential Administration of the Republic of Belarus, to Olga Ivanovna. Dear participants of the conference, the Head of the Administration of the President of the Republic of Belarus, Dmitry Krutoy, sent his welcoming speech to the participation of the conference, and in his speech the Head of the Administration first of all addresses himself to our historical memory, noting that the Great Patriotic War has become a time of great challenge, especially for those who found themselves on the occupied territory. Nazis planned to destroy more than 70% of the Belarusian population. As Nazis said, they wanted to liberate or to free the new living space for Germans. During the first days of war, several Polessia villages were burned down, and those crimes were not done by the special battalions but by regular armed forces, and not as a retaliation against the guerrilla warfare, but they did it intentionally. A concentration camp was created with more than 100,000 war prisoners and civilians. The concentration camp was liquidated in September 1941. During the 3 months of its existence, more than 100,000 prisoners died of famine or were shot to death. So this is just a single episode of a huge death machine created by the Nazis in Belarus and other Soviet republics during the war. This is why the topic of genocide of the Belarusian people is not just establishing the fact of some tragic events in our history. We're talking about millions of people losing their relatives and family members without any trace or memory. This is a collective memory, and it's a lesson for future generations to know and to remember both the heroes of war and the innocent victims of the war. It is our duty to defend the historical truth in the name of those who perished protecting their motherland and all of us. It is only by understanding the past we will be able to build the future built on the respect of human dignity, freedom, and justice. And it is very important for our youth to know that and to participate directly in research and identifying the names of those who perished, and to preserve the heritage of the veterans, heroes, and the guerrilla warriors. It is necessary to the all humanity. It is obvious that fascism did not put down their weapons in 1945, and if we do not stop the newly appeared brown plague, those horrors can repeat. We're facing a challenge of raising the awareness of the scale of the genocide of the Belarusian people, how to counter even smallest attempts to falsify the history. What else should we do to make sure that the tragic events would never happen again? It is impossible to find answers to those questions without an open, transparent dialogue, scientific research, and close cooperation between stakeholders both at the national and international level. And today's conference serves this particular goal. The head of the administration would like to wish all the conference participants fruitful work and brilliant results. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, distinguished Olga Ivanovna, and now I would like to also extend our word of thanks to Mr. Krutoy for his speech. I would like to give the floor for the welcoming address. The General Prosecutor of the Russian Federation would like to give his welcoming speech, but he wasn't able to come, so we give the floor to the Deputy Head, to Mr. Gorod. Dear Andrei Ivanovich and participants of the conference, it is a great honor for me to participate in this significant conference. I would like to give you the welcoming address of the head of the investigative committee. Dear participants, dear colleagues, it is symbolical that today's conference is being held in the city hero of Minsk, and we preserve the memory of the crimes of fascism and its victims. 77 years ago, on the 9th of December 1948, the humanity woke up from the biggest horror of humanity and make a significant step towards civilized future. The convention adopted on that day became a moral beacon for everyone, and an oath was taken: never again. The Nuremberg process enshrined the crimes of Nazis for many, many centuries ahead. And this is where the term genocide was legally defined back then and become the impersonification of the horrendous crimes against humanity. And the court rulings, and the court ruled and recognized the genocide against the Soviet people, but we still can observe that certain political forces, forgetting the lessons of the history, try to rewrite the pages in the history book. And in this context, as the President of the Russian Federation, Putin, said that we remember the lessons of the Second World War and will never agree to the attempts to justify the executors and to write history. This is why a unique project is being implemented in Russia with no statute of limitation. The legal authorities in 33 regions of Russia established the damages in the amount of 37 trillion rubles, but no amount of money can compensate the loss of human lives and lost generations. Our country has been and is open to dialogue with everyone who is eager to respect the historical memory, and Belarus is a trusty ally in this endeavor. And the opening of the memorial in Gachina is a true testament to that cooperation. Together we're creating a solid spiritual shield against any attempts to falsify the historical memory and distort the historical memory. And this conference is the platform where a future is being forged based on truth and justice. Your discussions and professional experience help create a solid foundation which would stop any attempts to allow fascism to rise his head again. So thank you very much for that, and I would like to wish all of us unity and strength in pursuing the common cause of preserving the historical truth and to keep the memory fresh. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Pyotr Petrovich, and I would like to extend the word of thanks to all of the words of thanks to the personnel of the General Prosecutor's Office of Belarus. I would like to give the floor to the head of the State Committee of Legal Expert Reviews of Belarus, to Mr. Volkov. Distinguished Andrei Ivanovich, distinguished participants of the International Conference, the topic of the conference is still very relevant and is dedicated to one of the important topics of the contemporary day, which is the prevention and punishment of genocide. History is being falsified right now, and attempts are made to rewrite it. So within the investigation of the criminal case of the genocide of the Belarusian people, a large-scale work is being conducted, and thanks to that, memory about the victims of the heinous crime is still fresh. In nowadays, genocide is not just physical destruction of people, but also destruction of the historical memory. And the main task is to prevent the distortion of the real facts. The Belarusian soil is an eyewitness to horrendous crimes, occupation, punitive actions, destruction of civilians. Is just a small part of what our ancestors had to survive. Crimes against our peoples has no statute of limitation. We need to identify all perpetrators and restore justice for the sake of the victims and their heirs. And we are in close cooperation with the expert agency, and the State Committee of Expert Agencies are working on identifying the evidence of crime against our population. Hundreds of thousands of facilities and objects have been researched. Piece by piece, we're restoring the truth that attempts were made to bury that truth together with the victims of genocide. So we need to pass on that memory and evidence to the future generations in order to prevent any attempts to justify crimes against innocence. I'm sure that today's conference will become yet another step towards restoring truth, historical truth and justice. I would like to wish everyone fruitful work, peace and well-being. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Alexei Ivanovich. I'm now about to give the floor for the welcoming speech to the Minister of the Foreign Affairs, to Mr. Rezhenkov. Thank you. Dear Andrei Ivanovich, dear participants of the conference, I would like to say a few words about the genocide in the context of the international agenda. Literally, recently on the 9th of December, the international community commemorated the International Day commemoration of the victims of genocide, and this day was declared by UN in 2015 to raise awareness among member states about the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide, although the document itself was adopted in 1948. So even now, the UN sees the relevance of this problem, even after 80 years since when genocide was legally defined. Today, we still see the necessity to introduce new mechanisms to promote the international and national initiatives is necessary.
It is indicative that the General Assembly reviews the resolution on sponsored by Russia in Belarus. This year there was a failure of recognizing this resolution because the West voted against it en masse. Resolution is a tool, and we can see that now the West is exercising again its colonialism or neo-colonialism And we can see the repetition of some of the warfare that many countries fought against 80 years ago. Our president visited the Algerian people who were fighting independence against France in the early 1960s. We can see that this problem deserves more attention and focus. We need to enhance our efforts, and our colleagues in Africa also need to take a step forward to ask for a price to be paid by the enlightened West. Why is historical truth getting falsified? Why are our values and identity and historical sovereignty become manipulated? At the heart of this and all precedent, citizens of Belarus and Russia have been in situations where they were segregated by locals or have been bullied and trolled against in different Western countries. These are modern manifestations of the principle of racial superiority, which remains the key tenet in the policies of Western countries. They seek space for living, but these days it is getting manifested somewhat differently. We actively utilize all possible international platforms, including the United Nations, to convey our messages against criminals who are already dead themselves, but we still want to put blame on them. We promote outreach work. We work actively abroad, and all the data we collect is transferred to international organizations. I would like to wish you all success in eliminating any white spots with regard to fascism. Thank you very much, and now I'd like to give the floor to the Minister of Defense of Belarus, Mr. Krenin. To the participants of the Third International Scientific Practical Conference. Esteemed colleagues, we managed to crush fascism and militarism by combining efforts of different countries, but it is through tremendous effort of our people that Nazism has fallen. Based on the outcomes of World War II, the United Nations was created, which also marked its 80th anniversary this year. So for the first time, the humanity made an effort to stop wars and agree on a future. The outcome of the victory over fascism was the Nuremberg process, which castigated fascism as a notion. Now, 80 years later, the threat of Nazism has re-emerged. Today, a lot of political leaders of the Western countries, believing in their superiority and in exclusiveness, refuse to accept that a new political era has set in. They make every effort to keep to use the armament of illegal tools ranging from economic sanctions, political dictations, all the way to military interventions. But it backfires. Against the mounting systemic crisis in politics and economies, the ruling powers, to keep the power, deceive their citizenry, including through use of provocation and subversive activities. They flame Russophobia, stating that a new war is not impossible. Regarding the European society itself, let me note that imposition of the globalism has turned the modern European civilization into immorality and lack of spirituality, with low levels of culture, education, and stereotyping of mindsets. Europe comes back to the ideology of neo-Nazism, since the historical tragedy stemmed from the Western countries. This trend is viewed as a harbinger of a new great disaster which poses a threat to regional stability and security. There are practically no viable international tools in the sphere of security and the countering of Nazism. But there are all steps that can be taken to alleviate the process. We need to reduce the escalation. The vector of international security could be set by the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which makes tremendous input into capacity building activities in the region. Restoring global dialogue and common sense requires the Eurasian Charter on Diversity and Multipolarity, sponsored by Belarus. Today, as the entire world goes through the funnel of geopolitical instability, it's critical to unify efforts of all the countries and to cut down any efforts by the West to reignite the war. And again, only together we can prevent a new global catastrophe. Dear comrades, I am positive that our meeting will also make a constructive contribution to the collective efforts against hateful ideologies and consequently to the establishment of global security. Let me give you the floor to the Deputy Security Council, Mr. Yoroshenko. Dear participants of the discussion, On behalf of the leadership of the Standing Committee of the Union State, allow me to welcome all attendees and express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak. The Republic of Belarus and the Russian Federation, as nations united by shared history and values, bear a special responsibility to preserve the memory of past tragedies. Belarus suffered the heaviest losses during the Great Patriotic War. Civilian casualties in Belarus alone reached approximately 3 million people, nearly a third of its population, while over 9,000 Belarusian villages were burned to the ground, along with their inhabitants. We must remember the victims of genocide, so their suffering was not in vain. With funding from the Union State budget, several Union State projects have been completed, including the construction of the Uzhev Memorial of the Soviet Soldier, as well as major renovation and restoration of several sites within the Brest Fortress. On July 5, 2025, the grand opening of the Museum of Glory of the Mogilev region took place at the Buinicheskaya Field Memorial Complex, attended by the President of the Republic of Belarus. Since its opening, the museum has welcomed over 51,000 visitors. Another significant project worth mentioning is the Union State Library, which aims to present the public with publications dedicated to pivotal moments in Belarusian and Russian history, authentic materials about the heroic past of our peoples, as well as the culture, traditions, and the enduring bonds that unite Belarus and Russians. On June 22, 2025, the Standing Committee of the Union State presented the book The Road to May 1945 through all 4 years at the Brest Hero Fortress Memorial Complex as part of the Library of the Union Literary and Publishing Project. Books commemorating the 85th anniversary of the start of the Great Patriotic War scheduled for publication in 2026. The leadership of our countries is making significant efforts to prevent the revision of World War II outcomes, preserve historical memory, and pass it on to future generations. The Standing Committee of the Union State, in close coordination with ministries and agencies, is actively engaged in this crucial work. I wish all conference participants productive discussions, fruitful cooperation, and successful achievement of their goals. May our joint efforts contribute to building a world founded on the rule of justice and respect for historical truth. Thank you. Let me give the floor to the Chair of the Presidium of the National Academy of Science, Vladimir Stepanovich Karanik. Dear participants of the conference dedicated to the adoption of the Genocide Convention. For citizens of many countries, genocide is a legal term. It's in reverberation from conflicts long gone, but for our people, it's a living wound. It's an echo from the ruins into which many villages were turned. Over 3 years, the occupation of Belarus had lasted, with a huge number of special extermination camps for children. Given the number of people who died in those camps, those are by right called extermination camps. We still feel the reverberations of fascism. Millions of victims, including thousands of children, means tens of thousands of people who fail to be born later on. The Academy actively cooperates with the General Prosecutor's Office to establish facts of genocide, to return or recover the names of the victims, nameless victims of the war, to honor the memory of the past generation and for the sake of future generations. We must remember that, and especially amid attempts to rewrite the history and when fascism re-emerges, but not to exact revenge, but rather for the sake of future generations. One wise philosopher said, if you don't remember your past, you are bound to relive it. We must not allow a war to enter our home again. I sincerely congratulate all the participants of the conference for systematic work going into memory perpetuation and the work being done for future generations. Let me assure you that the Academy of Sciences will do anything possible to contribute to this work. I wish peaceful skies to all of our countries, development and prosperity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vladimir Stepanovich. Our conference has received a welcoming statement from the president of the Russian Science Academy, Academician Krasnikov, who noted, among other things, that the conference becomes a platform of multidisciplinary dialogue where participants can work on improvements of legal forms, strengthen cooperation, and prevent mass crimes. The president of the Russian Science Academy is positive that high professionalism and advocacy of historical truth will help work out solutions pursuing peaceful existence and strengthening brotherly bonds between citizens of Belarus and Russia. Also received a message from the aide to the president of Russia, co-chair of the History Commission, Mr. Medinsky. Vladimir Rostislavich Medinsky notes that cooperation of supervisory and law enforcement authorities in investigating genocide cases in the framework of the Russian-Belarusian Commission contributes greatly to the interstate mutual understanding, helping to perpetuate historical truth. We are grateful for our cooperation between scientists. It could also be an example for other countries, because history does not necessarily need to be a bone of contention. It could be a point of unification. Now let me give you the floor to the Metropolitan of Minsk and Zaslav, Patriarch Exarch of all Russia, Veniamin.
Distinguished Andrei Ivanovich and the participants of this meeting, I would like to warmly greet you and congratulate you on this forum. Today it is important for us to realize the lessons of the history and make honest conclusions, and for that it is not only important to identify social, economic, political and ideological causes of the crimes against humanity, but also to give a spiritual assessment of this phenomenon. Genocide is not a phenomenon of the previous century only. The UN Convention states that throughout the entire history of humanity, genocide caused huge losses. We can already say that in the most ancient records, peoples have always tried to destroy their competition and set their own foot on the pages of history. So has been a common phenomenon in our history. So on the Palestinian soil, we also witnessed those horrendous crimes, and it was also the soil that brought forth a new religion, a new way of new relationship between human beings, which introduced the principle of equality of everyone in the eyes of God. And the old script says that there is no Jews, barbarians, Scyths, slave, or a free person. They are all equals in the eyes of Christ. They all should be fearful of God and act in accordance to His testaments. We're all human beings. We're all equal before God. Of course, in the history of Christian states, there have been unpleasant pages when the faith was weakened and during the religious crisis, but evangelical principles were the restraining factors for human cruelty. It is thanks to Christianity, the conscience of people absorbed the ideas of the value of human life. Novelization of relations between states started. It is in the 19th century that European conscience, it was typical for the European conscience that any barbarian destruction of each other is in the past, at least in Europe. And enlightenment and education of the Western type will surely eradicate those phenomena in the rest of the world. More than 200 years ago, in the old world, there was an attempt made to create an interstate union based on the principles of mutual protection of interest and Christian values. This process was initiated by the Russian Emperor Alexander I. It was the act on the conclusion of the Sacred Union signed on the 26th of September 1815. During several years, practically all European monarchs accessed to that union, and Europe indeed lived without a single war for several years in peace. However, the political ambitions of certain countries broke those hopes. I should also mention about the agreement of the First Hague Convention, which was also initiated by the Russian Emperor Nicholas II. Before the adoption of the Geneva Convention in 1949, it was the Hague Convention that regulated treatment of civilians of 1907 and 1909. However, throughout the 18th and 19th century, Europe saw another tendency to gain momentum. The notion of nations started coming forward, and nationalism became the predominant political force. Add here the ideas of racism, typical of many European intellectuals on the eve of the 20th century, the ideology of ethnical exclusiveness. You get a negative spiritual environment that laid the grounds for the brutal actions of genocide. The tragedy of the 20th century was caused by renegation on the Christian values, and this is why genocide took the most cynical and brutal shape in the human history. We had shootings of children aged 10, 12 years old in Belarus just because they asked for food, burning down of churches with people inside, not allowing people to get dressed in churches and keeping them naked, and other heinous acts. This is why we are so shocked by the genocide committed by the states that are supposed to be very developed. We're talking about the states that gave us prominent scientists, poets, and composers. And those acts of genocide were implemented the most cutting-edge technological advances, and all of it was justified by the supposed racial supremacy. I would like to point out that our people's mentality never hosted the ideas of national supremacy. And even when we forgot about the religion, we still preserved Christian values that any person of any religion is worthy of respect and mercy. And to corroborate that, we can witness a lot of cases where Christian priests and civilians helped save Jews during the Great Patriotic War, often risking their own lives. As an example, I can give you the fate of the Belarusian Orthodox priest Nikolai and Georgy Filtovy, who saved Jewish children, and for that they were put into a concentration camp where they died. But their sacrifice was not in vain. As a result, in our country we have a unique situation where respect for people from different religions and nations has become part of the national ideology on the one hand, and on the other hand it became an important component in our mentality. Genocide left a horrendous trace in our history in the form of millions of victims, and today we're talking with sorrow about genocide, and we see also genocide in its modern form, killing of civilians in Ukraine, Africa, the persecution of the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, persecution of people on the grounds of the language they speak. It all shows that humanity did not learn the lessons of the 20th century. This is why it is so important to heed to the urge, to the call of the General Secretary of the UN, who called upon performing our solemn duty that we adopted after the end of the Second World War. And hopefully Belarus experience will serve that noble cause. It is in this regard the work conducted by the General Prosecutor's Office gains special significance, and this forum too. The Belarusian Orthodox Church considers its duty to instill in its parish the ideas of the equality of nations and the saying that there is no difference between different nations in the eyes of God. I would like to wish all of the conference participants fruitful work and success in our joint endeavors in the name of peace, prosperity of our motherland, and for the well-being of all peoples. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. I'd like now to give the floor to the Archbishop and Metropolitan of Minsk, Mohyliv Yosif Stanevsky. Distinguished Andrei Ivanovich, General Prosecutor, and dear participants of the Third International Conference, dear representatives of the state authorities, General Prosecutor's Office, brothers and sisters, I warmly welcome you to this significant event which brings together scholars, legal experts, representatives of the judiciary and religious communities in the pursuit of peace, justice, and the dignity of every human being. The Holy Scriptures remind us of the value of life and our responsibility to protect the vulnerable. Thou shalt not kill, and the commandment to love thy neighbor as thyself. These principles form the foundation of any legal order and serve as a moral compass in our work. The UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide is an important instrument of international cooperation that demands respect for the sovereignty of states, clarity of principles, and effective coordination among institutions. Law without responsibility loses its meaning. Responsibility without compassion is incomplete justice. May our conference serve as a platform for constructive dialogue and the development of concrete, actionable recommendations. I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers for the initiative to discuss the prevention of genocide and the mechanisms of accountability. May the participation of experts yield practical results, strengthening preventive measures, enhancing the effectiveness of law enforcement, and fostering a society where the value of life is recognized in its all forms. May the Lord bless your efforts with wisdom and determination to walk the path of justice, mercy, and peace. Let the words of the prophet Jeremiah guide us. The calling to fruitful service bears the fruits of good deeds. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. And I would like to give the floor to the chairperson of the Union of Jewish Religious Communities in Belarus, Mr. Malinkin. You have the floor. The topic of genocide of the Belarusian people has always been relevant for our organization. The activities of our organization started in 2002, and from the very beginning we've been in close cooperation with the such organizations as the Veterans of the Great Patriotic War and the organizations of the prisoners of ghettos and Nazi camps. Back then, there have been quite a lot of participants who managed to survive, and we often invited them to our events. We participated in the events they organized because our communities, the communities of our organization, also had quite a lot of ex-ghetto prisoners and veterans of the Great Patriotic War. The various events that were held by our union back then were attended by those people, and we gave them honors, and we organized special trips for them to the places of mass burial of Jewish people. Quite a lot of work was carried out to commemorate the memory, and is being carried out today to keep the memory of the victims of Nazism. For that purpose, on the premises of the Union of Jewish Communities, created by the famous architect Leonid Levin, a committee has been established that reviews the issues of erecting monuments to the victims of Nazism. We're still erecting monuments in different corners of Belarus where innocent civilians were shot, both in small numbers and big numbers, and so far we have installed more than 160 monuments in Belarus in different cities. All those activities are being carried out with the participation of the local authorities, and we're always pleased to hear their word of thanks, and I would like also to touch upon the topic, one more topic, which is the presence in our country, the people who helped save prisoners of ghettos and just common Jewish people from Nazis. In Israel, in Yad Vashem's museum, probably you know about it, there's special records of all those people, and all the information and data about them and their activities are kept. in our family, for example, there were a lot of victims of Nazism as well, including the toddler brother of my wife, who wasn't able to evacuate. So he was brought to his grandfather, and when the war broke out, and when the parents went to fetch him, they found out that the grandfather sent him back already, so they didn't cross paths, and our armed forces prohibited civilians from going back to the territory that will most probably be occupied by the Nazis. So we still keep the memory of those events. This causes us lots of grief and sorrow. And in our communities, we still have people whose parents were part of such events, who lost their loved ones, who became victims themselves. And I would like to thank the organizers of this conference being held right now, the General Prosecutor's Office, for the possibility to attend it and to deliver my welcoming speech. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vladimir Nikolaevich, for your very much personal address. And distinguished conference participants, we've received the welcome address of the Mufti of the Muslim Religious Association of the Republic of Belarus, Abu Bekir Shabanovich, and I will ask the chairperson of the Council of Imams, Deputy Mufti of the Muslim Religious Association in Belarus, to read it out. On behalf of the Mufti of the Muslim Religious Association in the Republic of Belarus, I would like to welcome all the conference participants and the hosts of that conference. Today, our Mufti was not able to attend. He is on a very important event in Evia city at the meeting of the an important event being held in that city, which required his personal attendance. So on his assignment, I will read out his welcome address. Distinguished hosts and participants of the Third International Scientific Practical Conference dedicated to the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide, a very important event aimed to prevent new challenges. The topic of the preservation of lives is an important topic, and it is also part of the international and national legislation. First of all, it's the Belarusian Constitution and recently adopted concept of the national security of the Republic of Belarus. It is obvious that in the system of the human values, life is one of the core values. This is why Muslims of Belarus have never been and never will be indifferent to this topic. Genocide is not just a heinous crime against life. It is also the consequence of insatiable development and use of technologies. The horrendous crimes of Nazism in Oswiecim, Buchenwald, Trostinets, and thousands of other bloody black spots on the face of the earth is the consequence of the imperial chauvinism and racism and the ideology of ethnic supremacy, and also the responsibility of politicians.
Regrettably, threats remain from different forces. I think it's time to think about times where brothers fight each other driven by pure hate. There is a clear and understandable thought. Radicalism has nothing to do with national idea or dignity. History as a point of view and as a science keeps us on our toes historically. It's important that historical papers are written by professionals with knowledge. Those who try to attack history are criminals. If you forget your history, you run risk of repeating it. Belarusian Muslims have always been brothers in arms to Belarusian citizens, sharing happiness, joy, and grief, overcoming misfortunes and adversities. That's why we managed to preserve our legacy. That's why the phoenix has arisen over and over again after wars. That's why I'm conveying my congratulatory message to you. Let the Allah be with you. I wish you prosperity and health. Thank you very much. Let me now give the floor to the rector of the President Administration Academy. As many speakers before me said, it's important to call a spade a spade. In this sense, genocide cannot be misconstrued or mistermed. This is a new milestone of exposing collaborators who's to dictate agenda. To counter them, to oppose them, is to perpetuate memory of those who had fought it before us. I'm positive that the outcomes and lessons of the conference will go into ideological and educational curricula. It is crucial what agenda we're going to leave behind and how the generations to come will be preserving memory. It's important to work locally as well. Considering the high status of the conference, our work will be focused on exposing criminals for who they are, bringing us closer to firm peace on the planet and regionally. I wish the conference participants new discoveries, good work, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Denis Vladimirovich, and let me give the floor to the Father Further. Thank you. Distinguished Andrei Ivanovich, Your Reverence, dear participants of the Scientific and Practical Conference. The question, what is the truth, is incorrect. Who is the truth? Christ is the truth. It is the embodiment of the Logos, the Word. Hence, the truth is only that which has been given a proper name. The Nazi plan with regard to the Soviet Union has been clear, and it was to populate our territory with pure people and to get rid of Untermenschen, sub-people or sub-human beings. The ways in which people were murdered were diabolically sophisticated. The famine in the first years of war, the Leningrad siege, the burned down villages, the extermination camps with exhausting work, the gas-operated chambers, forced movement to Germany, maintenance of prisoners of war in inhumane conditions, and child donor. And how are we to identify in the ashes who those people were? The death has made relatives all those who were murdered. In the same way, the genocide of the Soviet people is a given. It's our shared value, our shared notion, and our memory. We must present these facts to the world and speak loudly about genocide as we do today here. The pain of every village, of every town, of Pskov, Minsk, Stalingrad, Orlov region, Kerch, the Crimea Peninsula, Donetsk, Luhansk, the south of Ukraine. These are not separate facts. This is a thick book of Nazi crime. When we call facts as they are, we preserve historical truth. But there's another point to remember. To remember not only by mind or in archives. It's important to remember by heart and in a prayer, and to pass along information from heart to heart. If people pray about the deceased, about the martyrs, this is a powerful nation. The temple of all the sacred people is the place of worship and prayer for many people about the casualties of wars, whoever they are, Belarusians, Russians, Ukrainians, Kazakhs, whose ashes are kept in the crypt. In the Reichstag walls riddled with graffiti, there is one inscription. The God is with us, signed by Nikolai Bogdanov from Leningrad. To make sure the truth is on our side, we must stand for the truth. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Father Fyodor, for this heartfelt welcome statement which completes the first part of our conference. I'd like to thank everyone. Many facts and assessments made this morning are now becoming part of the press, both in Belarus and in the media of what we call fugitives. A couple of more announcements. We will now go for a collective picture. Then we suggest that the participants of the conference go to lay the flowers to the memorial in Trostenets. A vehicle will be provided to pick up the foreigners to take to the venue and back. And after the break, our conference will continue here at the National Library. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. Distinguished participants of the conference, colleagues, I think I need to speak up because it's time to start part 2 of our plenary. We've had a chance to exchange opinions with our leaders. There was a lot of discussion and perspectives shared, which made it to the press immediately. We even talked about next steps, next format that we could use, not necessarily a conference. We will try to reach out to educational institutions, academia, so our conference has very practical outcomes. I've just talked to our colleagues from Russia, from Italy. We were gifted some books to the library. We are now building up a very good collection of books, and we will continue to work in the same constructive way. I'll be happy to give the floor now. I, for one, will have to leave. So the moderator for the second part will be Igor Anatolyevich Moroz. I hand you over the reins. Dear participants, we continue our plenary session. Yelena Malasheva has been scheduled to deliver first, but she's delayed. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Savinkov from Russia, Director of the Institute of State and Law. The topic is genocide as a threat to humanity. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, friends. I'll try to be aesthetic. In Russia, 2025 has been named the year of the Defender in honor of the 80th anniversary of World War II. 20 years ago, a military court-martial was launched at Nuremberg. It's mostly known as the Nuremberg process. We heard people talk about historical amnesia. There is no such thing. It's just at different stages, there are different approaches. Margaret Thatcher, in late last century, in her book, tasked the Allies. And they believed that 40 years was enough to fall into oblivion. So 40 years later, they started claiming that it was the United States and it allied the United Kingdom that were actually the victors in World War II. In 2020, the Russian Constitution, in its Article 67, stipulated not just protection, but not just preservation, but ensuring protection of memory. It's not enough to be aware of history, one needs to protect it. It's an imperative. The fundamental ideas are enshrined in the criminal code, where there is an article for denying the outcomes of the Nuremberg process and aiding and abetting to Nazism. Plus, in 2024, the law on memory perpetuation was enacted. Every April, we conduct large-scale conferences on this topic in Russia. A couple of words about the origins of it all. I always wondered how come in 12 years in power Hitler had managed to do so much and unleash such events. It turned out that it all evolved from a pretty trivial dispute between the Germans and the Mediterraneans about the Third Reich. It transformed into race theories, and Hitler and Goebbels didn't think that they would become such advocates of Nazism. They shifted from race theories to classification of states. This is how the world lapsed into fascism. It wasn't just Italy or Germany. The entire Europe was engulfed by fascism. And our descendants stood witness to that. This year we completed the project, the prominent lawmakers of the 20th century, including members of the Russian Science Academy. Those who didn't turn the blind eye to these events. We are few, not a lot, I must say. Over 300 of the Academy's existence for 180 years, there were no legal educators at all. There was Mr. Kudravtsev, followed by Mr. Laptev, and there were two natives of Belarus, Mr. Trainin from Vitebsk, and the second one was prominently known internationally, but not in the Soviet Union. He did a lot and was member of a lot of academies. Importantly, these theories never affected the Slavic world. We've never been a focus of arguments of historians or philosophers about the race, legacy. The only one that comes to mind is Mr. Bashmakov, who, when in emigration, tried to pursue this course, and using this skulls model, he wrote a book in French. All the other theories originated from there, from the glorified West, which now tries to refer to the events of that epoch. There are two decrees in Russia, 2022 on spiritual morality, and from 2024 on historical memory. This has been enacted in response to the EU decree on rewriting the history, in which there was no Germany, no Silesia region, and so on. The objective was set for 1 year, and they managed. There wasn't a single university teacher or secondary school teacher who was allowed to teach history unless they've gone through a special training. This resolution contains 28 paragraphs, all of them are there. You must have a special certificate stamped by the Eurasian Commission. In Potsdam, a decision was made for a denazification to happen. In 1952, everything was over and done with, supposedly. So what? We've heard a lot of testimonies today. There were a lot of scientists and military who ended up running pharmaceutical companies. Some of them became members of NATO leadership. So our stance is very clear. There is a very good aphorism that a war can be considered ended only when its last soldier has been buried. We Russian legal experts supplement that by saying that until the punishment has been delivered on the last person who created atrocities. Mr. Bastrykin already spoke about it. I will not repeat him, but we will continue doing it for as long as it takes, years, decades, and so on, and let all those Merz and other people know that they are not the ones to be proud of, and their names should be pronounced kind of furtively. I'm very happy that we are in unison on this with Belarusian colleagues from judiciary, law enforcement, and academia. We conducted joint activities with the History Museum. The most important thing is that engagement takes place, and the most intense engagement is with the Investigative Committee of Belarus and the Prosecutor's Office. It's important that all these investigative techniques and methods, which are broader in Russia, we had 34 decisions, but we're always ready to disseminate our experience, including our legendary magazine, The State and the Law. It also publishes materials from the Belarus Investigative Committee, because there is a long line of articles to be included in that magazine. In St. Petersburg, the court made a ruling that the Leningrad siege has been classified as a crime against humanity. The genocide of ethnic groups, which were people of the Soviet Union. The claim that sieging cities and towns is a traditional way of conducting warfare is completely different. Let's not confuse this with villages that Jean Baudin wrote about. something happened to the presentation. It will be helpful to remind you that a lot of legal institutions are not to be revised, but rather rethought. Let's take Westphal peace in Germany in the middle of the 17th century. They're still thankful to Napoleon for capturing the whole territory of Germany, conducted an administrative reform, and only 150 years ago these states were created. The states that we're talking about, fascist Italy and Nazist Germany. Before that, those states hadn't existed.
So this is why we're saying this. If you go and read the works by Sergio, who believed Germans to be barbarians, and this was reciprocal, and eventually Mussolini, after Hitler brought it here on the Brest soil, it was here that Mussolini, on this territory of the Brest fortress, finally became a vassal of the Nazi Germany. It was in November 1941. So we need to be aware of those facts. We need to take them into consideration. A few words about, oh, by the way, the Convention on Genocide. In the Nuremberg trials, genocide, the term, is not used at all, but the entire world is of the idea that Nuremberg process is our Soviet process. Why? Well, the author of the word is Raphael Lemkin, the author of the term genocide. Lauter Pacht, all of it is Western Ukraine, Western Belarus. So that's where they started their education, in Lvov University, and then a native of the Vitebsk region who graduated from the Moscow University. So they put up a team during the Nuremberg process. Lauter Pacht Shawcross consulted Great Britain, for example, and Ron Reinin consulted the Soviet delegation under the leadership of Mr. Vyshinsky. So all of this served the foundation for the London Charter. It's an established fact. I already told it to Vadim Francevich. There is a book called Nuremberg Process. It's a verdict of peace. It's present in all of our educational institutions. We send thousands of copies overseas. It describes all the viewpoints on the situation. I analyzed more than 800 sources, yet unpublished anywhere in the Soviet Union or elsewhere. So I made a collection of different opinions, and everyone admits that without the Soviet Union, this process wouldn't take place, wouldn't be possible to be held within the established timeline, and all the proposals delivered by the Soviet delegation and the consultative group, which consisted entirely from the members of the Institute of Law, because that's how the Academy of Sciences was called back then. Our institute too is the Institute of Law. So all those opinions, scientific viewpoints serve the foundation for the final verdict. Alger was mentioned there. In July 2045, French fought against English for Alger. And then a Fulton speech. Americans tested the atomic bomb on Japan, and Churchill in his headquarters tried to greenlight it until he was removed from the office as head of the government. So what would have happened if he succeeded? Because they suggested setting up a fight of peoples, between peoples in Poland. and more than 1 million unarmed fascists at that moment were in the Rheims camps. In November 1945, Marshal Zhukov came to the checkpoint, and SS officers had their sleeves rolled and raised the bar at the checkpoint. And Marshal Montgomery, who was awarded with the Victory Medal, it was aircraft, tanks, Wehrmacht, armed forces, not disarmed, were still there. So this process was a complicated one, the Nuremberg process, I mean. So it took a lot of time for the advocates that wanted to condemn the Holocaust. It took a lot of time to be heard. But they insisted, and the theoretical dispute between Lenkin and Lauterpacht during the process in favor of Lauterpacht. Genocide was never mentioned in the verdict, but in 1948 a convention was adopted because after the verdict in Nuremberg in December 1946, 2 resolutions were adopted of the General Assembly, UN General Assembly, in relation to the adoption of the Convention on Genocide. Well, I understand I'm taking quite a lot of your time, so I'm going to say a few more things, because we're talking about the cultural genocide here too. Because you are fully aware, in view of the blockade of Leningrad, thousands of historical monuments and paintings, pieces of art were destroyed or taken away, were relocated from occupied territories elsewhere. I'm not talking about Russia and Belarus alone only. I'm talking about Poland, Czechoslovakia, and all other occupied states lost their cultural heritage. So probably even after the invasion of Napoleon, who took away everything he could grab, even from churches, he stole everything and brought it to France. And fascists, Nazis, did exactly the same. So, and then they moved on to destroying monuments, numbering thousands. I'm talking about monuments destroyed and across Europe. And what did they achieve by destroying the historical memory? Probably to erase the heroism of those who fought against Nazism and fascism, how to fill in this niche, how to go back to square one. Well, Mr. Bastrikin already talked about it. We had a discussion within our expert community. What would happen in regards to what happened to the population of Donbass, not only in 2014 and since then, but a few years even before that. Well, of course, it's quite apparent that banning the Russian language or not allowing people to receive education in their native language for residents of Zaporozhye, Luhansk, and the Donbass, Kherson region, well, of course, it requires legal evaluation, and currently our investigative committee has such capabilities to conduct such an assessment. Let me say a few words about NATO. So what is this mental warfare? It has been 4 years. It has been 4 years since NATO has a new theater of military operations. You know, 3 traditional theaters. It's land, air, and sea. Then there was outer space. Then it was information space. They started getting into people's heads. And 4 years ago, a decision was made that a 6th theater of operations was opened, which is our souls. So, and if something happens, it's not propaganda or agitation, it's actual warfare. And we need to be fully aware that war, à la guerre comme à la guerre. So if they say something, we say something back. No. Someone is on the offense, someone is on the defense, but nobody ever succeeded to win when they're defending themselves in this warfare. So if it's war, we need to wage war. And the expenses necessary to cover the cost of those two theaters of operation number in billions, trillions, sorry. So I'm talking about trillions of you know what kind of currency, because I don't want to even name that currency here, where we have like-minded people. So the predominant share of people understand that they will not be able to win in that race. They will run out of money. So the question is, what should we do? And it will result in large-scale immigration that is now a concern in Europe, and now the United States is being concerned. They are putting up walls several meters high. And it all shows that the collective West is now putting forward the term coined demographic genocide, Manchester, Birmingham. Those are the data for the first half of the year. Those are non-assimilated immigrants, and they're calling it demographic genocide. So you probably understand what it means. Well, some people might change their officials. They had a Pakistani mayor in London. They tried to elect a prime minister from India with Indian roots. And we're now still reaping the fruit of the attempts to appoint a senator of color in the United States, and Obama, I mean. And then let alone Biden, that even Americans themselves do not think he was competent or he was independent in his decisions. So let me tell you a few words about our annual resolution of the General Assembly of the UN on the inadmissibility and promotion of Nazism in all its forms. Yes, at first it was 2021, 2022. It was only the United States who supported Ukraine, who started voting against it. Then 2023, 2024, all countries of the anti-Hitler coalition, except China, joined in. United Kingdom, France, United States, Canada, Manhattan Project member states. All of our former allies are voting against this resolution. This is the kind of support we see of what's happening. It's not just a blowback or a, let's say, obligations before your allies, depending on whom you like most in a military conflict. This is a position of a country, and if we compare it to the Europe turning into fascism, then we see that the history repeats itself. In 2026, 27, 28, the scientists of our institute wrote in 1926, 27, back then wrote that not a single country didn't have some kind of manifestations of fascism in their policy, although the term itself is not a very widely disseminated term. And we have to bring it back to life for one simple reason, in order to keep the world from falling into the abyss. So, and in conclusion, I would like, first of all, to thank you for your attention, but I have one more slide that I usually show people when they ask me why we're doing it, why we're so concerned, why we're so emotional about it, why our rhetoric is so emotional, that not properly always appropriate for a scholar. And we're doing it for our youth. It's like a postscriptum. So I'd like to give you a poem which is publicly available on the internet, and when you read it full of emotions. Usually I give the chance to read that poem to one of my students during my lectures, and after line 12, I see that outburst of emotions from the audience, because you can't not be emotional about it. Just read the first verse. Just imagine this girl. It's not a it's not your standard poem. Just imagine this, picture this image. And this is the Musa Jalil words. This is what people of my generation knew since our school years, and unfortunately current curricula do not have those words. So probably sometimes we have to remind people about it, and then it will be a totally different conversation, and we won't have to convince anyone, and we'll realize that we need to fight for the future of our children and grandchildren, to wage wars and not just defend it. Thank you for your attention. Dear moderator, please tell me, do we need to keep the kind of follow the timeline, or respect the time that we were allocated, or we can ignore it? No, you have to observe the time that you were given. Thank you very much, Alexander Nikolaevich. Thank you for your reminder to our youth, our Russian-speaking and English-speaking audience, about the lessons from the Nuremberg trials. And I would like to give the floor to talk about the extremism as a direct cause of genocide, past and present, Mr. Matskevich, rector of the University of the Prosecutor's Office of the Russian Federation. So, Mr. Matskevich, you have the floor. Thank you very much. And without agreeing with my colleagues, we will still have some common points. And those common points were not pre-arranged. And I would like to start my speech not from extremism, but from a small comment to what was mentioned in the first part of our plenary session. Mr. Serzhenkov from Belarus said, when talking about this convention that is being rejected by the Western countries, but this is public information, I would like to remind you about it. There is nothing surprising that this convention is being rejected. The Convention on Genocide by the majority of European countries was signed but not ratified by the majority of the countries. Japan did not sign it altogether, although Khabarovsk process and experiments on people worse than the Nazi experiments are widely known, and Japan has not signed it yet. There is nothing to be surprised about. And Germany, who invaded the United States in June 2041, and it's the same. And this is what that's what they're saying about Russia about to attack Europe. You'll see that the wording is exactly the same. They're saying exactly the same things. And now let me start my report. The Past of Extremism and Genocide. The well-known humanist Charles Montesquieu explored the concepts of despotism and democracy as extreme forms of governance, considering both dangerous. The term extremism first appeared during the French Revolution, when members of the press used it to describe far-right or far-left political forces. The concept of extremism is relatively new. It is enough to say that despite the manifestations of terror in Russia in the late 19th century, neither Vladimir Dahl's dictionary or Efron Encyclopedic Dictionary mention it. The Wilhelm Krug in 1838 said that extremists are those who refuse to acknowledge the middle and find pleasure in extremes, but they are usually called ultras. Another German public figure and publicist, Karl Heinzmann, justified extremism and argued that killings could be used in political struggle, claiming that murder could be justified by the idea of a higher purpose. Alexander Herzen characterized Heinzmann's views as be 2 billion people on the globe and the revolution will go smoothly. Heinz's concept influenced many revolutionaries, including Russian anarchists Mikhail Bakunin and Peter Kropotkin, who later became the founders of the so-called propaganda by deed doctrine. Another proponent of extremism was a famous German philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche. His books, Thus Spoke Zarathustra and The Antichrist, A Curse on Christianity, are still considered extremely radical, bordering on extremism theories. Nietzsche's theses, such as nature itself selects the strong by muscle and spirit, the morality of higher people is egoism, hatred, anti-humanism, inequality, dominator. So this is the pure foundation of extremism, and it is no coincidence that extremists use Nietzsche as their guru. Mr. Klushnikov also mentioned extremism when talking about the Revolution of 17. He called it revolutionary extremism. He attributed both negative and positive traits to this concept, believing that revolution brought new discoveries and opportunities. A graduate of the Moscow University Law faculty, he was included in the Bolshevik delegation to the Genoa Conference in 1922, but he was eventually executed. Klushnikov's ideas were developed by the French lawyer Maxime Leroy, a graduate of the University of Nancy, who viewed extremism as fanatical belief in a political ideal. Theodor Odo Adorno, Otto Rühle, Hannah Arendt understood extremism as the denial of democracy from a liberal standpoint and considered extremism a manifestation of extreme radicalism. So by 2020 there was enough premises for the extremist political movements. And contemporary understanding of extremism encompassing provocation of mass unrest, terrorist acts, and guerrilla warfare echo to the events happening in Italy and Germany before fascists and Nazis seized power. Fascists and Nazis denied the possibility of negotiations with opponents and proclaimed uncompromising struggle against them. It is logical to assume that far-right extremism is no different from left extremism, and very often scholars and academia they equalize the Lenin extremism to the fascist and Nazi extremism. Although the dividing line here is the term of genocide that were put forth by linking. It is important to understand that genocide is the mass extermination of cultural, historical heritage by passing children from one ethnic group to another, forced and systematic expropriation of cultural elements, ban on using your own language, systematic destruction of books in your own language, destruction of architectural monuments.
Despite political repressions in the Soviet Union, none of that existed. So extremism is characteristic of Italy, where people were exterminated en masse. In Spain, regardless of totalitarianism, there was no fascism. The USSR, before World War II, proposed to fight the far-right extremism, but it was recklessly cast aside. As attorney Lev Simkin rightly observes in his book, He Was Hanged in Victory Square, the genocide perpetrated by German Nazis was premeditated. It stemmed from their extremist racial theories, which were put into practice after the war against the USSR. By theorizing about the inferiority of Slavic people, the German Nazis gradually conditioned European civilians to accept the necessity of their physical annihilation. This is why the Holocaust, the mass extermination of Jews, began after June 22, 1941. Jews were murdered near Minsk in the Trostenets death camp, which we have visited today. A lot of Germans and other well-nourished Europeans turned into animals. They invaded USSR in 1941. They raised the executioners. I'm running out of time, unfortunately, so I'll move to conclusions because this is very important. Alfred Krumin, born in Riga, who lived and was raised in that country all the time. The Baltic states' laws were never criticized by the European Union or the European Commission for their intolerance. And then whenever there is a conversation about Russian extremism laws, they're always criticized. We need to stop lying to ourselves that Germany was trying to liberate Europe. I'm not going to read it all the way to the end. This summer I visited Novgorod, Veliki Novgorod. There is the Hagia Sophia there with the bird decoration. There was a blue Spanish division stationed in Veliki Novgorod. So when they were fleeing, they decided to steal this symbol of the Sophia's church. But now our people asked for it back. Do you think they gave it back? They forced us to make a copy, a golden copy of that same bird. We did it. We sent it to them, and then they decided to give the original back to us. I'm going to show you a video lasting 2 minutes 4 seconds, explaining how it all could happen. You will see how Germany captured France, which didn't suffer too much because some French fought on the side of the Germans. Thousands of Frenchmen sided with the Nazis. On September 5th, 1945, there was an Ally parade, which was not attended by either Eisenhower, Montgomery, and only Stalin said, we are going to run a parade. So long before the Nuremberg process, long before Churchill, long before the Genocide Convention, we were shown very clearly what they think about us and what they're going to do.
Frankreichs kehren nun Frontformationen in ihre Garnisonen zurück. Berlin empfing seine erste heimkehrende Division mit jubelnder Begeisterung.
Спасибо, Игорь Михайлович. С докладом на тему о
Thank you.
работе органов прокуратуры по реализации проекта без срока давности выступит Павлов Виктор Валерьевич,
Viktor
старший прокурор
Valeryevich
Управления
Pavlov,
надзора за
Chief
исполнением законов о
Prosecutor
федеральной безопасности,
in charge
межнациональных
of
отношениях,
law
противодействии экстремизму и
supervision,
терроризму Генпрокуратуры Российской
combating
Федерации.
extremism,
Виктор Васильевич, вам слово.
will make the next presentation
Валерьевич, прошу
representing Russia.
Уважаемые участники конференции, в стремительном потоке современного мира
Dear participants, in the rapid
связь с историческим опытом
streams
своего народа и всего человечества.
of the evolution
Повседневная суета легко стирает из
and
нашей памяти
daily
учительные
hustle
картины
bustle,
былого, что
we quickly forget things which leads to repetition of old mistakes. Our today's event is concerned with the most horrendous of them, the genocide. To realize what it is, a lot of lives have been lost. Only after the first two world wars, steps were taken to combat this phenomenon. Our ancestors faced ultimate challenges. Millions of people were annihilated because they didn't belong to the right race. The occupiers realized that without populating the areas, it was not possible to achieve their goals. Later, after World War II, in Nuremberg, the proceedings took place to castigate the criminals who perpetrated their crimes during the World War II. We still continue to make efforts so that those acts are classified as the highest crime possible. As a result of researchers' work, it was found that German invaders, after the Soviet Union, began to systematically destroy and demolish buildings and homes and villages, opening a series of concentration camps. The invaders looted public buildings, food products, driving a lot of innocent people to famine. Despite criminal persecution, there was also civil proceedings instigated at the behest of the Russian chief prosecutor. Actions were taken to criminalize different acts conducted during the war. Now we know that such inhumane crimes were committed in 34 administrative regions of Russia. Let's take an example of Zhestyanaya Gorka massacre, when 2,500 people were murdered. It was recognized as a crime against humanity and the genocide of the Soviet people. Notably, the following proceedings classifying acts by the German within the current borders of Russia also was completed in Belgorod region. These proceedings showed that a total number of victims in Novgorod was over 500,000 people, plus a huge amount of those taken prisoners of war. Sometimes it's impugned why we do what we do after so many years after the fact, because the victims cannot be resurrected. This is no longer academic for us. This becomes a formidable weapon in the hands of our adversaries. Historical facts get manipulated and prevaricated. A lot of countries that failed to Nazis no longer feel comfortable with this knowledge. They fall into oblivion or downplay the value of the Soviet soldiers. Amid the raging information war, such glorification of Nazis tends to take place here and there. Vicious ideas tend to take form. The desecration of the World War II memorials take place and becoming a subject matter of criminal cases. Therefore, our job is to not acquiesce to that or to downplay the historical role of the Soviet people in achieving the victory. This must not be repeated. To address this, specific details of certain crimes were found. They are all considered as an integral part of the criminal acts by the Germans, supplementing its provisions. The work done so far is communicated to the public at different events such as ours. The effective rulings by court became the basis for a number of other documents and policies. There is a federal law on the memory perpetuation during the Great Patriotic War, was adopted this year. The General Prosecutor's Office of Russia acts as unified front with Belarus. Our fruitful cooperation continues as part of a task force. On a permanent basis, we collect evidence for cases involving crimes by criminal groups after the war and in other USSR republics. Information is also extracted from the archives. I'm sure that our joint work will continue to effectively shield against rewriting the history, distorting the facts, and keeping the memory of the victims.
Thank you very much, Viktor Leorevich. And now I'd like to give the floor to Nadezhda Gorodnichaya, head of the legal department of the Federal Penitentiary Service of Russia. Nadezhda Nikolaevna will talk to us through a video conference. Nadezhda, you have the floor. Good afternoon, distinguished Igor Anatolyevich, distinguished participants of this conference. In the context of the contemporary geopolitics, as it was mentioned by our previous speakers, we can observe attempts of certain Western countries to revise the historical milestones, not only important for us, decisive for our history, but entirely rewrite the history of the formation and development of several states. History forms the foundation for the national consciousness, serves as a precursor to state unity, and provides the basis for building international relations. The need to preserve the memory of key events in our country during the Great Patriotic War the victims among the Soviet populations, as well as the heroic deeds of the Red Army, is primarily aimed at maintaining guarantees for peace and security and protecting the historical sovereignty of the country. At a time when some countries attempt to revise the cause and outcomes of the Great Patriotic War, glorify Nazi collaborators and downplay the scale of crimes against the Soviet people, a scientifically substantiated and documentary verified position becomes a form of defending historical sovereignty. Research on genocide in both historical and legal contexts provide an indisputable evidentiary basis in response to attempts to equate the Nazi aggressor with the Soviet people who bore the main burden of the war. A key direction of state policy in combating this criminal phenomenon is fostering society's commitment to spiritual and moral foundations and patriotic ideals. In this regard, the penitentiary system of the Russian Federation consistently implements a comprehensive program to preserve and strengthen traditional values among cadets of departmental educational institutions, as well as staff of penitentiary institutions and authorities. Significant attention is paid to the development and maintenance of traditional values such as patriotism, service to the fatherland, historical memory, and unity of the peoples of Russia, particularly within educational and rehabilitative activities carried out with individuals serving their sentences in prisons. Annual competitions and festivals among inmates such as Kalina Krasnaya, Amnesty of the Soul, and many others help foster awareness of the traditions and history of one's country, promoting not only personal development but also social responsibility. Significant efforts are also made within the service's competence to prevent and detect any manifestations or signs of radical nationalist ideology among inmates. In the current year alone, based on materials from the operational divisions of the Federal Penitentiary Service, 20 criminal cases were initiated for repeated propaganda or public demonstration of Nazi symbols or paraphernalia of extremist organizations. We will confidently affirm that this work will continue and the planned objectives will be accomplished. Preserving the memory of the tragedy of the Great Patriotic War and the heroic deeds of the Red Army remains a cornerstone of culture and patriotism in the Russian Federation, and this conference is a testament to that. I wish all participants a productive conference, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Nadezhda Nikolaevna. Hopefully next time we'll be able to see you in person here with us where the conference is going to be held. Now I'd like to give the floor for their welcome address to Lakiza Vadim, Director of the History Institute of the National Academy of Sciences. So thank you very much, Igor Anatolievich, dear colleagues, friends. I would like to take a couple of your minutes, but instead of just giving you a speech, I would like to show you a presentation and share my emotions with you, because we're all now being overflown with emotions from the first part of our plenary session, and now, as Vadim said, that some of our speeches here was very emotional, one of the representatives of the religious organizations, and those emotions are my personal driver to keep on doing the work we're doing here. Those emotions, I know we had a teacher, a former veteran in our school. He was always full of emotions because he took us on tours to the villages that were destroyed by Nazis, which was a pure form of genocide of the Belarusian people, when a village where 400 people were burned, killed in a couple of villages in one day, and then those villages were restored. They had a special sign assigned to them as survivors of the genocide, and we need to use that in our work. Preserving historical memory is impossible without the fundamental research. In the Institute of History, within the state program of the Scientific Research Society and Humanitarian, so can't handle the presentation here, and society and the humanitarian security of the Belarusian state. This is the name of the research, and that work combines the efforts of like-minded people. There are with a total of 2,000 people involved in the research, and we have a national center of the General Prosecutor's Office headed by Igor Anatolievich. They're also involved in the legal analysis of the genocide of the Belarusian people. Without documents, without archives, without diligent work, it is impossible to lay that cornerstone for us to be able to prove our neighbors and people in Europe who deny the victory in that war from the Soviet Union. We, victors of that war, still have to prove that we are the one who won that war, that Belarusians lost 3 million of its citizens, and how many millions were perished in the war altogether in the Soviet Union, who liberated Europe from the Brown Plague. So this fundamental research is being conducted and should be supported by all and take form in not only scientific articles but also everywhere online. Make as many presentations as possible to promote the work on preserving the historical history, which is being done right now within the state program in Belarus, together with our colleagues from the Russian Federation and the member states of the CIS. It is very important to note that we have like-minded people from other countries, not only Russia and Belarus, but people who are of progressive thinking, who value the victory, know the price for it, and know what genocide is. Those are just examples of publications that are being used in preparing the literature in Belarus. Books. Those are the books that were prepared by representatives of 11 countries of CIS, except Ukraine and the Baltic states, and all of it will cost the humanitarian security of Belarus, the Union state, and here we're talking about the humanitarian security of the entire world, and I will not dwell on it. The fundamental work is impossible without practice, without forums, events like this, attended by mass media, and it was mentioned today that such small strokes on the big painting of victory are always important. Such conferences are very important when we take children to the mass burial sites or villages, or like Khatyn, for example, a museum in Khatyn. It's a very significant place. A colleague of mine didn't come here, but she helps me a lot, and all of them then participated in the victory parade to commemorate the 80th anniversary of Belarus liberation. Take a look at the Museum of the Great Patriotic War. And all of it is to make sure that the visitors take all those impressions and emotions back home and tell their family members about it, and them will tell to their friends and acquaintances. So the Council on Historical Policy pursues a similar task, as does our president. When in the neighboring countries they destroy monuments, our president awards medals to villages and towns. There are 42 of them who survived the war, and then children pass on those awards from hand to hand and preserve the memory. Without NGOs, it's also impossible to achieve anything, and we're working with them. Belarus, for example, National Foundation Peace, our Russian partners and colleagues, and most importantly, some hands-down projects come out of it, like on M1 highway. We already see banners to glorify heroes of the Soviet Union that fought for us to have our freedom and the opportunity to have this event today. Parliamentary meetings as well, forums of the Union State, forums from the regions of Belarus and Russia, and one more mention of the Russian-Belarusian Expert Consultative Council on History. 4 meetings were held and publications were made on preservation of the historical memory and truth. I would like to thank the General Prosecutor's Office of Belarus and Russia as well as a partner, as a locomotive for researching and preserving the memory and pushing the scholars towards joining their efforts. And the reason why have we been waiting so long, and now we finally see the answer. We needed that time. I would like to wish everyone good luck and fruitful work. We have a lot of work, and the work is cut for us. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Solopova, a representative of the historical department of Lomonosov University and also head of the academic and research program. And you have the floor. Igor Anatольevich, dear participants and guests of the conference, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to convey words of appreciation to the host of today's forum and to the General Prosecutor's Office for their systematic work in establishing this now permanent scientific platform. I commend the principled, uncompromising, and consistently professional work of the General Prosecutor's Office of Belarus aimed at identifying and publicizing the facts of genocide against the Soviet people. The position of the Belarusian state and its people regarding those tragic events, unparalleled in their cruelty, has been repeatedly emphasized by the president of the country, Alexander Lukashenko. I'm sure everyone remembers his words from May 2021. I quote, "Let the heirs of Nazis not even dream that when the last witnesses of the genocide of the Belarusian and other peoples are gone, the historical truth will disappear with them. We will raise this issue to the highest international level so they remember and never forget." We see these words being realized in the ongoing effective work of the Belarusian General Prosecutor's Office and the Belarusian historical community. At the same time, as in many other philosophical and practical initiatives, the mutual understanding, cooperation, and harmony between the two leaders of the Union State have consistently served as the guarantee of numerous integration trajectories. Assessing the importance of work to identify and publicize the facts of genocide against the Soviet people, President Putin in January 2024 said, "For 8 decades, our grief for these terrible victims, for their ruined destinies, for all who endured unimaginable trials has not ceased. Our compassion is passed down from generation to generation and has no statute of limitations, just as the crimes of Hitler's executioners and their accomplices, those who cold-bloodedly planned and cruelly carried out genocide against the Soviet people, have none. The followers of Nazi executioners, whatever they call themselves today, are doomed." Both leaders consistently emphasize that to strengthen the stability and increase the power of our states, consolidated efforts of Russian and Belarusian scientists, teachers, diplomats, journalists, experts, and prosecutors are strategically important within the unified strategy of shaping historical memory. I quoted Lukashenko. That same common historical memory that truly unites our people nourishes their spiritual bonds with understanding and trust. I quoted President Putin. Our leaders also agree that Russian-Belarusian unity has become the main outpost against attempts to rewrite history, justify genocide and Nazism, which is now being undertaken in countries where revanchists and neo-Nazis have adopted the ideology and methods of the Hitlerites. Both presidents consistently stress that historical memory of what happened in the past and what exists now sets the course for what can and should happen in the future, and in that is this partnership lies our shared strengths, security, and well-being. Numerous Belarusian and Russian projects such as The Last Witnesses, Genocide, No Right to Life, Without a Statute of Limitations, Burned Villages of Russia, not only fulfill state-significant tasks in preserving historical memory and respond to the ideological objectives set by the head of state, but also provide factual documentary material demanding proper international legal assessment. They testify that our preserved and reproduced memory form the foundation of our independence and future. Identifying and publicizing the facts of genocide against the Soviet people requires the most thorough study of archival historical documents to inform further legal practice. The results of this work have firstly created a new starting point for historical discoveries, synthesis, and research, and the formation of new, including international and interdisciplinary academic schools. Secondly, they have established conditions for a fundamentally different measure of responsibility, and therefore the status of historians and the results of their professional activity. And thirdly, they have become a crucial factor in the patriotic education of our youth and preventing distortion of historical truth. All of this ensures and substantiates the historical continuity of the state and its governance, its philosophical integrity, and thus independence and understanding of mental frameworks, including long-term international partnerships. History as a science today has become a double-edged sword in political debates, nation buildings, shaping international dual and partnership trajectories, justifying foreign policy directions, and interethnic and regional conflicts. Time shows that without a statute of limitations is not just a catchphrase by President Putin, but also one of the most important research projects, and you have my respect for this project, is a statement of state position and the inalienable right to judge Nazi criminals without leniency or regard to time and place, a right given to us by our ancestors as a guarantee of our future. Today, by passing judgment on the Nazi crimes of the past, the prosecutors and historians of our countries provide an essential historic evaluation both of the events we witnessed and in anticipation. This is not just a verdict on already committed crimes, but also a warning to all those who, unable to restrain their malicious intents, plan new crimes against humanity. The court of history allows no leniency. History does not forgive forgetfulness or lies. Today, it is Russian and Belarusian historians and prosecutors who, through their words and deeds, ensure that we know the alarm of truth will break through the wall of silence and lies. This is a quote by President Lukashenko. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Oksana Vyacheslavna. I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker who will talk about the legal aspects of genocide in the modern world, the director of the Central Museum of the Russian Federation, Mr. Nikonov. Alexander, you have the floor. Dear colleagues, participants of today's conference, this is a very important conference and very urgent, relevant in the current world. Nazis that led to this breakout of the Second World War led to the most heinous crime, which is genocide, as the most severe crime against humanity. And now we see the head of Nazism being raised again. And of the biggest concern to us is that Nazism is being revived in a neighboring state to Russia and Belarus, Ukraine. Nazism is part of their state policy now. And now what we see happening in the world remind us of the events that happened 90 years ago that led to a world-level tragedy. The Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide was adopted by General Assembly, Resolution 260, on the 9th of December 1948. But it came into force on the 12th of January 1951. It establishes the international status of the term genocide as the most severe crime against humanity, and also it gives legal definition. It is a culmination of the many years' work of the Polish lawyer who was born and raised in Gomel, on the territory of the contemporary Belarus, Raphael Lemkin, for establishing legal responsibility for the destruction of whole ethnic groups and recognition by the international community of genocide as crime against humanity. All member states are obligated to take measures to prevent and punish acts of genocide in war and peace times. It was ratified by more than 150 countries. As of February 2025, it's 153 countries signatories. The convention was adopted to prevent similar actions similar to Holocaust committed by Third Reich during the Second World War. The perpetrators of genocide on the First Convention is identifies it as people who commit genocide or other perpetrators defined in Article 3.
Irrespective of whether they are public or private persons. So individuals can be subjects of genocide. Any disputes arising from interpretation of this convention, including regarding the responsibility of states for the genocide, should be presented to the International Court at request of any disputing party. So the question of state responsibility is resolved through court. The law without responsibility makes no sense, they said. One of the early cases was reviewed at request of Patterson, Wilson, and Dubois. They presented a petition on numerous infractions related to genocide. The petition comprised 235 pages, and it was found as a departure from the convention. Yugoslavia, in 1999, following the shelling, Yugoslavia submitted 10 requests against 10 members of NATO, including the United States. By the International Court stated that the United States made a reservation providing that with regard to Article 9, before any dispute can go to court, in each specific case, approval must be sought with the United States. Since the United States never gave consent, it means that Article 9 is not the grounds for the jurisdiction in this case. In 16, 17, and 80, members of the Rohingya were forced to move from Myanmar. But then the UN issued a resolution to protect the Rohingya tribe. So this yet again became a challenge for the International Court. Without citing any more examples from Russia and other countries, in September 2014, the investigative committee raised criminal proceedings, stating that since April 2014, the leadership of Ukraine gave orders to exterminate completely the Russian population. In 2021, Russia submitted its first international suit against Ukraine with 10 charges, including kidnapping, interference with electoral rights, banning of the use of the Russian language, attacks on ambassadors, cutting of water supply to the Crimean Peninsula. This case is under consideration right now because there was a counter proposal from Ukraine. All those attending this conference are in the mainstream of this process. Together with other colleagues from Belarus and from the Museum of the Great Patriotic War and others, there is an exhibition displayed in the World War II Museum in Belarus. It is based on the outcomes of the media group spearheaded by Kisilov in commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the end of the Nuremberg process. So pictures were taken in the courtroom during the Nuremberg proceedings. So please pay a visit, take a look, don't miss out. Also, I wanted to add that Sergei Lvovich sits here in the embassy together with the General Prosecutor's Office and the embassy, organized screenings of documentaries. One, No Statute of Limitation and No Right to Live. It leaves indelible mark on your heart. We use these documentaries in working with youth. Here it is, No Statute of Limitations, 18 plus rating, because it's not for the faint-hearted. You have to be emotionally stable and prepared. The Central Museum of the Armed Forces is now hosting this exhibition to foreigners as well. I'd like to recap. Knowledge is not facts, it's impressions for memory. In the course of effective counteraction of current threats and challenges, we are able to protect memory and to fight neo-colonialism. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander Konstantinovich. I now give the floor to Sergei Lvovich Kandybovich, chairperson of the public organization Federal National Cultural Autonomy of Belarus in Russia. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of today's international conference and personally the Prosecutor General, Andrei Ivanovich Shved, for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the members of the Council on International Relations under the President. I wanted to note that Belarusians living abroad, when they attended the Council, they voiced concern about what's happening in Belarus and what's happening in the world and in relation to Belarus. It's known that Belarus bore the brunt of the German invasion. The Germans sought to demolish the state order and to loot, exploit natural resources, assimilate and destroy the population. The German strategists sought to harmonize quickly the occupied territories, to strip them of ethnic identity and self-consciousness. Before the federal law on national autonomy was passed, all the Russian organizations wanted to perpetuate the memory of the Great Patriotic War. Belarus and Russia paid a great amount of attention to the implementation of joint projects dealing with the description of heroism and deeds during the war. The federal cultural autonomy of Belarus in Russia conducts active social activities dedicated to the feat of the Soviet people and perpetuation of the memory of the fallen, conserving the memory and rearing the youth. These activities are very popular and cover practically all the regions of Russia and Belarus. Dear colleagues, we are all under impression after visiting the memorial complex Trostenets earlier this morning, where we laid flowers, but I'd like to remind you all the legend of geographical denomination Hatyn. The Hatyn complex was opened 56 years ago, in '69, and there is one touching place where there are 3 birch trees with the eternal flame by their side. And I remember from my childhood that every 4th person was killed. 1 in every 4 was killed. But then during the Song of the Year contest, Pesnyary band sang for the first time this song with heartfelt message, every 4th Belarusian. So these numbers, 1 in every 4, is what we were raised with. But now it turns out that it's not 1 in every 4, but 1 in every 3. It's not a legend, it's true, which means that there was the genocide of the Belarusian people. The Belarusian people are not only Belarusians, but also people and citizens who lived in the territory of Belarus, belonging to different ethnic backgrounds, including those who liberated Belarus and were buried in Belarus. I represent the public organization. There were speakers before me I know there's always the proceedings in each meeting, but I want to talk a little bit about my organization. We are driven by the heart's desire. And I want to tell you that there are a few things, a few works that we've done that we are proud of. We issued and published a few works, in particular the Republic of Guerrillas, which we issued in 2014. The second edition came out 5 years later. In total, there were 3 books devoted to Petr Masharov. First in 2013, then second and the third in 2020, the continuous of the epoch. We were very pleased and found it very significant that in 2022, by the decision of the Union State, our collective was awarded by the President of the Republic of Belarus, Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko, in the course of the Slavonic Bazaar Festival. In Russia, we have 195 ethnicities living in Russia. And just recently, in Petrozavodsk, a book was released, The Truth About the Genocide in the Karelia, Finland territory. Our regional national cultural autonomy of Belarusians in Karelia contributed to that book. Also in September this year, there was a convention of our organization, and we planted a commemorative alley. We planted saplings of lilac. Representatives of all the regions of Belarus brought samples of earth from the sacred places, and now it has been mixed with the roots of the trees planted in the Alley of Memory. With this, I complete my presentation. But before I do that, I'd like to do the following. I brought 15 declassified documents fresh from the archives of the Federal Security of Russia. And I would like to hand it over to the Belarus General Prosecutor's Office to supplement this lofty cause. But some of the documents you will find difficult to read. Your eyes will well up. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sergei Lvovich. Thank you for your report. Thank you for your documents. And now we'll have Italian politologist, head of the Friendship Association, Emilia-Romagna, Belarus, Giambattista Cadoppi, Self-Absolution of Germany.
In general, is the result of the combination of self-absolution by German generals, US political interest during the Cold War, and a lack of attention to the Soviet perspective. Edward Davis and Ronald Smeltzer analyze how the narrative of the war on the Eastern Front between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union was distorted in American popular culture, creating a myth that profoundly influenced the historical perception of events. After World War II, the idea emerged of the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS as clean forces engaged in defending the homeland and uninvolved in Nazi atrocities. This narrative separated military action from the Nazi crimes, attributing the latter exclusively to the Eisengruppen and extermination camps. The Wehrmacht was portrayed as an apolitical, patriotic institution devoted to Germany's defense, ignoring the active role in genocide and the operation of the Eisengruppen on the Eastern Front. German generals and officers, aware of their guilt for atrocity, including the killing of millions of Jews and Soviet civilians, sought to conceal their responsibility. In the years immediately following the war, they began publishing memoirs and reports presenting themselves as innocent, political naive figures unaware of Nazi crimes. This narrative was eagerly embraced by the United States, which, with the onset of the Cold War, came to see the Germans as potential allies against the Soviet Union. During the Cold War, the United States sought allies to counter the USSR, and German generals became key figures in this context. Their experience fighting the Soviets was highly valued, and their narrative of a clean Wehrmacht was accepted uncritically. This led to the publication of numerous books and memoirs glorifying German military prowess and downplaying their guilt, deeply influencing American and consequently Western popular culture. In short, they defeated, rewrote history in their own image. With the escalation of the Cold War, evident in Berlin airlift and the Korean War, the United States realized the importance of having Germany as an ally. In this context, former Wehrmacht officers seized the opportunity to rehabilitate their careers and continue their struggle against Bolshevism. Under American supervision, they began rewriting history with several aims. Chiefly, they sought to create the myth of the lost cause, presenting the German army as honorable, apolitical, and professional, serving the nation, not Hitler. At the same time, they offered strategic advice to the Western Alliance on how to win a land war against the Soviet Union. Finally, they contributed to the dehumanization of Russians fostering Western solidarity during the Cold War. The narrative of a clean Wehrmacht and of the Waffen-SS as heroic forces spread rapidly in the United States, especially through inexpensive publication and popular novels of the 50s and the 60s. These works portrayed Germans as noble warriors fighting to free Russians from communism, rather than as accomplices in genocide. Meanwhile, the Soviet perspective was entirely ignored, erasing from American collective memory both German atrocity and Soviet suffering. The United States chose to adopt a policy of forgetting the past. In this spirit, in 1951, General Eisenhower declared that the German soldier fought with courage and honor for his fatherland. Similarly, in 1953, Matthew Ridgway, Eisenhower's successor as Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, urged the Allied High Commissioner to pardon the German officers convicted of war crimes on the Eastern Front. This statement reflected the political will to integrate Germany into the new geopolitical order. The shift from immediate post-war stance was colossal. At the end of the war, particularly after visiting liberated concentration camps such as Ohrdruf and Buchenwald, Eisenhower had been deeply shocked and spoke out forcefully against German brutality, attributing it to entire Nazi system, of which the Wehrmacht was an integral part. Historically, the Wehrmacht was anything but clean. It was deeply complicit in war crimes, the Holocaust, and the operation of the Eisengruppen. German generals such as Franz Adler were fully aware of Hitler's plans for the invasion of the USSR and the ensuing genocide. Adler, for instance, lied after the war, claiming to have opposed the invasion, while having in fact actively helped plan it. With the beginning of the Cold War, the United States had to make a psychological adjustment, shifting from viewing the Soviets as allies to seeing them as enemies. This change encouraged acceptance of the German narrative, which depicted Soviet as brutal oppressor and German as victim or heroes. In conclusion, the historical reality, including German atrocity and the USSR crucial role in defeating Nazism, was obscured. That's right.
Спасибо, господин.
Much. I'm very pleased to realize that there are people in Italy who know the truth about the atrocities of Nazis committed on our soil and strive to spread the word and that truth to the wider audience. The topic of the genocide of the Belarusian people also caught the attention of scholars in the United States. We are now connected with the Michael Cunningham, the director of the Geography of Genocide project. He will speak on genocide of the Belarusian people as issues of an educational project in the United States.
Distinguished colleagues, honored educators, and future leaders of Belarus and the world. I come before you not only as a legal educator, but as a steward of memory. We gather in Minsk, a city marked by resilience and shadowed by silence. To ask the question transcends borders, generations, and ideologies. If murder is truly a murder, why, when the murderer dies or is killed, does that crime seem to die with them? Should not the crime live on? If we are truly committed to justice, I am here to say yes, 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 it truly is. Genocide is not a moment, it is a legacy. Genocide is not merely destruction of life, it is the erasure of identity, language, and legacy. It is the systematic attempt to make a people forget they ever existed. In Belarus, genocide was not just a tragedy, it was a rupture in moral order. Entire communities were erased, entire histories were buried. But genocide does not end when the killing stops. It ends only when the memory is restored, when justice is pursued, and when education becomes a shield against repetition. When you forget about the crime, you effectively not only prolonged the genocide, but you have created murder once again. Murdering the truth for the sake of convenience is not correct. It is wrong, wrong, wrong. It is wrong morally, it is wrong legally. This is why genocide education must be central, not peripheral, in every legal curriculum. We must teach students that silence is not neutral, it is a choice. It is a dangerous choice. Education must confront atrocity, not avoid it. In our classrooms in Texas, students are not only learning about Belarus, they are studying genocide, not as a distant history, but as a living warning. They can see up close and personal what Belarus is doing, showing the world how to stop genocide now and forever by prosecuting the past so we do not shortchange the future. With our project, Courtroom to Classroom, Minsk to El Paso, they learn that law strives to provide justice. They learn that silence is complicity. They also learn that anything less is nothing more than continuing the genocide. Simply put, to do nothing is not an option. It is a continuance. To teach law without teaching atrocity is to train justice without conscience. Our students must not only learn statutes, they must understand suffering. They must not only cite precedents, they must confront silence. These are not abstract questions. They are the foundation of ethical leadership. Memory is a mandate, not a museum. We must stop treating genocide as a closed chapter. The crime must live on, not to haunt us, but to guide us. When we forget, we invite repetition. When we sanitize, we surrender the truth. Elie Wiesel warned, to forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time. As we remind our students, genocide does not begin with weapons, it begins with silence, when the truth is buried and memory is denied. Belarus has chose a different path. President Alexander Lukashenko declared, there is nothing nobler than preserving historical memory in the name of a bright future. We will elevate this matter to the highest international level so that they will remember and will not forget. As the Prosecutor General of Belarus affirmed, Belarusians do not want to forget about the great feat of our ancestors and the price that they paid for the peaceful sky. These are not ceremonial words. They are a national commitment to truth. In honoring the victims of genocide, Belarus is showing the world that remembrance is not weakness, it is strength. That justice is not vengeance, it is vision. The youth must be architects of justice. This is not a model imposed from the West to the East. It is shared vision, rooted in dialogue, shaped by culture, and elevated by innovation. Belarusian citizens deserve more than access to justice. They desire to show the world exactly how to do it. Today, Belarus' ownership of ethical leadership is clearly on display. Let us build curriculum that teaches not only what the law says, but what the law means. Let us train Let's train not just lawyers, but guardians of memory. Let us empower the youth to confront atrocity, restore dignity, and redefine justice. Let us make sure that to put an end to genocide once and for all. God bless Belarus, and may it learn from all the lessons you are teaching us today so that we have a brighter future. The Belarusian model. The Belarusian model does not ask the world to copy its path, it invites it. It encourages the world to confront its own issues by investigating genocide, preserving genocide memory, and empowering the youth through legal education. Belarus is demonstrating how a nation can lead ethically, courageously, and unapologetically. Justice is still legal, but through Belarus, we also learn it can be immoral as well. Murder is murder now and forever. You cannot change the facts to eliminate the truth without eliminating the truth itself. The narrative cannot change. The facts are facts, and just because you refuse to believe them does not make them untrue. They are just simply unread or worse yet, forgotten. In an era of artificial intelligence, we must be more vigilant than ever. Facts can be manipulated, truth can be rewritten, memories can be erased, but genocide cannot be redefined. It must be confronted.
Спасибо, господин Каннингхэм. Уважаемые участники
Dear participants
конференции,
of the conference, we are very pleased that we've been joined by the honorable guest, Elena Petrovna Malisheva, head of the National Center of the Historical Memory under the President of the Russian Federation. Her speech was supposed to be delivered at 200 hours, but unfortunately there were objective reasons why she couldn't deliver her report. So Elena Petrovna, you have the floor. The topic is the perpetuation of the memory of the genocide of the Belarusian people during the Great Patriotic War, from the societal initiative to the federal law.
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you for the empathy that I received with regard to our delegation being incomplete. There are no obstacles to our friendship. We were one of few planes that managed to take off from the Sheremetyevo airport. This is not our first attendance of the conference, and we truly appreciate the contacts and the cooperation, not only in a practical plane, but also amongst experts. It's very important that Belarus and Russia share approaches to historical memory. For us, it's not a political construct. This is a profound knowledge based on archive, document, intergenerational dialogue, and it is the understanding that the historical memory is the foundation and the groundwork which unifies our people and expert communities. It's very important that it also brings together expert communities. I'm incredibly appreciative of the scholars in attendance today. We're also united by understanding the mission of the historical memory. This is not looking back, even though we use historical categories. This is more about understanding the current processes. Historical memory must unite. Including by applying the historical experience of our countries. We need to be united into consolidated positions to face the present-day threats. I want to thank you that we're on the same page here. It makes our conversation extremely professional, pleasing, and useful. The thing which unites our expert communities and allows our people and leadership in a unified front to confront the current challenges is the truth about the genocide of the Belarusian people. This topic was part of the scientific discourse in the wake of the Great Patriotic War, thanks largely to the work organized by our scientists, the Special Commission, the General Prosecutor's Office, development of legal framework, including Decree of 1940 adopted by the Presidium of the Soviet Union, becoming a precursor of the legal assessment of Nuremberg, and the convention to which this event in Minsk is dedicated traditionally. The topic of genocide has appeared a lot as a crime against humanity, but today it has a different sound to it. It's a topic that permits self-actualization in the historical process, allowing to answer challenging questions of today. The genocide of the Soviet people, which is part of the socio-political practice in Belarus and Russia, is a topic which in a short period of time has gone through different stages of development, culminating in the need to further develop strategic directions to further perpetuate memory for the sake of not only future generations, but also to consolidate our academic and political efforts based on that. In the Russian Federation, the topic was updated in the framework of the project with no statute of limitation. This project was a public initiative originally. The public initiative is the first stage of project development, helping create a robust groundwork for this work to update the priorities and the nature of the war to destroy, the importance of archival documents as the basis of memory perpetuation, plus the personal contribution to the memory conservation. In the course of project implementation, an unprecedented work was done to preserve priorities of our countries, where practically all the government agencies and professional communities were involved in identifying the truth and conserving the truth and conveying the truth about atrocities under their competencies. I'm extremely grateful to my colleagues from Russia whose professionalism made it possible to further make court rulings about the genocide cases. So this academic, educational, archival approach resulted in the creation of a database now comprising more than 10,000 documents. Contributing to this database were all the regions of the country. It was done digitally. So practically there's an unlimited number to contributors, activists of youth organizations who also handled the technical side and other documents. So this database has become the backbone for the genocide handling. We even used the same style in doing so, which also stresses the uniformity of perspectives. These documents were supposed to classify crimes by the Nazis as the genocide. Each book contains 5 chapters expounding on the genocide as a crime. This is what was structured by our emotions, by the very adversity to Nazism. When we talk about numbers of innocent people killed, we usually cite the official number, 13.7 million across the Soviet Union. In the Russian Federation, I'm now citing to Shavikov's materials, there were 5.8 million people, resulting from the revival of citizen interest. The later numbers, though, is at least 8 million. As we can see, the scale of the crime is much larger. It's important to restore and to keep the memory of the victims of the genocide, because it appears as an invulnerable mechanism that helps to expose these acts. And I know this similar work was conducted in Belarus. This collaboration of Belarus and Russia involved contests which this year used personal stories. Let me digress. The project No Statute of Limitations helped many people, including myself. My father comes from the Tula region, where the German invaders had stayed for 2 months. They ran the family out the house, and her father managed, barely escaped, barely survived. So it helped us dot all the I's and cross all the T's. And I'm no exception. Practically every citizen of Russia and the Republic of Belarus, in their origins, in their roots, have victims of genocides that we're talking about today. And it is under the framework of such public events, and I'm very thankful to you for supporting the project with no statute of limitation. Last year we met at the Hermitage, and this year we met in the restored building of Nuremberg in Moscow. The court rulings that I mentioned are the result of the consolidated public position, the work done by the General Prosecutor's Office, the investigative committee, the prosecutorial bodies in the regions of Russia. But let me tell you that court rulings establishing the fact of genocide. Why the consolidated position? Because there were volunteers involved in the work. They were looking hard for and energetically for veterans. And the appearances of veterans in court were very emotional, invoking the truth that the youth could hear. We tend to talk about museum workers, archivists, and so on. That's because this history becomes replicable and scalable. So court rulings is not a closed chapter. This is a public exposition of Nazism. Each head of the region provided his or her own story explaining what it means to them personally. So this response in public is the establishment of the law on the perpetuation of the memory of the victims of the genocide of the Soviet people. The law makes provision about the category of the genocide of the Soviet people. Forms of perpetuation are outlined based on the experience of the Russian Federation and colleagues. I must tell you that's important. It's important to understand the vectors embraced by the country. They were crystallized through public fora. Today it's not longer a public initiative, it's the implementation of the law. But similar to the project on the statute of limitations, this is part of strategic communication. The federal authorities responsible for regulatory framework is the Ministry of Culture. And it's not by mere accident. We view laws not only as a practical tool to bury or rebury victims. It deals with historical memory which exists in every state. And in the Russian Federation, traditional spiritual values are handled by the Ministry of Culture, and historical memory is one of the key traditional values of the country. That's why the Ministry of Culture was chosen. Let's look at another institution, the National Operator. The National Operator is very responsible for us. Being aware of the role as a consolidation platform. Today it's the National Center of Historical Memory. Let me say again, as a consolidation platform, it helps implement law, as well as other supporting agencies and institutions in education, youth matters, investigative committee, prosecutor's office. And it's hard to say the public area which wasn't involved in the implementation and the law of the perpetuation of the victims of the genocide. What is priority now? Since we're talking about keeping memory about the victims of genocide and the work relating to the centralized registration of such cases. And I know Belarus also does it in a pretty decent way. It's important to establish a national portal on memory perpetuation. This information system exists on the basis of those 10,000 odd documents. You're supposed to have personal cards to enter the system. What I wanted to note is that handling this system, adding new entries to this system, is again a tremendous public contribution. Therefore, we're implementing the national program Archive Descent, which works with text identification. There are AI tools in it to find parallels between names and localities. So the Public Sentinel and the Archival Descent are two programs that are extremely important to make sure that historical memory is not a formality, but something that is personally by every citizen of Russia. Let me share some numbers with you. Over the 2 months of the operation of the program, 3,788 personal cards of victims were enrolled. And we can work together as one, as they did during the Great Patriotic War. The fate of the genocide victims, I think we also have reason and opportunity to do it together and to involve younger generation in memory perpetuation. Another operational area of our institute, which is another point of consolidation, for both Belarus and Russian materials, is the creation of universal, accessible, free of charge media content. It could be an exhibition, media platform, web portal with videos, films, uploaded to the platform by the content creators that can be used for a variety of activities. All you have to do is to press the button, and it serves as shared historical space and priorities. Colleagues, we would be very much interested if you had anything interesting for Russian youth to facilitate and foster travels and friendship among our countries. We want that to be posted on our web portal to serve the goal of memory perpetuation.
Thank you very much, Elena Petrovna. No, thank you. I would like to extend the words of thanks to the National Center of Historical Memory under the President of the Russian Federation for the work that you are doing in perpetuating the memory of the victims of the genocide. And our conference is attended by another participant from Georgia, head of the Institute of Eurasia, Gulbat Viktorovich Rshiladze. He would like to address us through a video conference. So Mr. Gulbat, you're welcome. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to reach out to Mr. Gulbat. In this case, I will give the floor to Nicholas Fridonovich Mzhavanadze, chairperson of the Human Rights Defenders Association of Georgia, lawyer, director of the television company Sizone. He will be talking about the restoring historical justice as our duty to future generations. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the General Prosecutor's Office in Belarus for initiating this criminal proceedings against such a heinous crime as genocide against the Belarusian people. It's a very heavy burden and a case that is being observed by the entire world, including Georgia. And I would like to extend our warm gratitude and love from Georgia, because it also relates to us, because a lot of Georgians lost their lives here on this soil, and a lot of Georgians fought in the war. My grandfather fought on this soil, and when we mention repressions, genocide, I can say that today the Western forces are annihilating our ancestry because they kind of injected their youth with such notions as in 1941 it was a war between two tyrants. So the rhetoric of the Western countries' media never mention the country's victors, but they're saying allies only. And it's another attempt to write out us out of the history books and distort the reality. And a lot of young people don't know about it. The topic of fascism is poorly discussed at school, and only probably in the context of Holocaust. So the Second World War is entirely, the history is entirely rewritten, and they don't know their own national heroes and historical facts. The educational system right now is focused on different values, and they are forgetting their history, and they are brainwashing their population, and this is yet another preparation for the aggression. And European history is cyclic in this regard, nothing new. On the territory of Belarus during the Great Patriotic War, around 3 million people were killed. I read quite a lot about it, other historians' works, and they say that without this kind of casualties, Belarus would be populated by 17 million people, because to kill 3 million people is a huge damage to the Belarusian gene pool. And when we talk about such heavy casualties among the Belarusian people, we can say that we can also observe right now new aggression in the making. We see that new fascism is coming from Europe. We can observe it in Ukraine, for example, and when we talk about our ancestry, warriors, liberators, I must mention President Lukashenko's words in 2023. I quote, "I would like to reiterate to all of you and to those who will hear me, come here, come more often, bring your children, bring your neighbors, anyone else. If we forget the road to Khatyn, it will repeat again. We need to avoid that. Life is the most valuable thing we have." He said that at the Khatyn Memorial, and he is absolutely right. I host my own show at TV4 channel. I created two films about Khatynian Trastinets, and when I walked there, it felt like my feet were burning, and the soil was very hot, and you can feel that emotional impact. I think every person should talk about those events from every corner. So when we talk about the past, I think we should also mention that the Europeans who are our ancestors, who are descendants of fascists, they tell their children, their grandchildren, that back then it was the war between two evils. And they say now we need to unite to fight the fascism coming from Europe, like in 1940s when we fought against the fascism coming from Europe. I attended a conference, and one of the Belarusian politologists said that we are losing our future generations. And I was quite surprised, because when I am in Belarus, I see quite a lot of patriotic youth. When I was in Khatyn, we did our shooting for the movie, and there were a lot of newlyweds visiting that place, a lot of children there, and it was quite touching, because I am now sure that Belarusian future is perfected, which you can say about the other post-Soviet countries like Georgia. Well, we're now changing our course towards the right vector, but 90% of schools and universities were under the influence of Soros fund and other European funds. Now it's changing. We now adopted the law on foreign agents, and European agents working in our country do not receive funding. So I think we should tell the entire world the truth, because for me it has been a big secret. I can't explain why Trastinets, a place where 500,000 people are buried, as the general prosecutors said, we do not want to dig deeper because there are other people living around. But until 2015, why a memorial wasn't created there? Didn't people know that there was a tragedy in Trastinets until 2015? I think we made a lot of mistakes in the past that we need to rectify today. And the General Prosecutor's Office should be involved in that process as well. Concentration camps in Germany, Poland, they are well known, but nobody knows about Trastinets concentration camp. Nobody knows about other concentration camps that are located in Belarus. The entire world is in debt to Belarusians because Belarus and Russia stopped fascism. And today, Russia is fighting against European fascism, and we are supporting Russia in their efforts. The entire Belarusian people support Russia. When they show Georgian defectors who fight on the Ukrainian side, well, there are Russian defectors who also fight on the Ukrainian side, like it was back in 1940s. This is just propaganda and ideological work. We should be aware of that. We need to adopt a new way of doing business. American Coca-Cola Corporation, for example, make those 5-minute clips, and they always criticize the Soviet Union, call it the empire of evil. So basically, this is their ideological work, and we have nothing to counter it with. And we also need to raise those issues, and we need probably adopt a new modus operandi. Probably we should create new films about Trastinets, about Khatyn. So we should not only stop with the movies made back in late 40s. I didn't know that there was a Russian Federation President's decree saying that students should watch 100 films created in the Soviet Union. We were raised on those movies, because I consider myself a Soviet citizen because I was born in the Soviet Union, and I'm proud of being born in that country. For example, our TV channel is called Pro-Russian, Pro-Kremlin, because we always talk about the friendship between the Russians and Georgians. But what I say is that let's try and make other kinds of movies to try to convey the entire truth to the youth about what happened in the past, because our youth, even if our youth doesn't know about it, then what can you say about the European youth? You know what Goebbels said, that give me control of the media and I will turn people into pigs, and that's what they did. In France, there was a contest of the rooster crowing, and people did it willingly because they have control of the media, and it's very difficult to resist to that influence. For example, this is why in Georgia we started changing our institutes. All of them, schools, institutions, etc., were under the influence of European media, and I think we need to work on that. We need to create new films, and that list of 100 films mentioned in the presidential decree should be supplemented by 100 more created by Russian filmmakers. Well, it was not only Russian directors, it was Belarusian filmmaking company there as well. We need to do some serious ideological work on our generations, future generations, and we need to bring them to Trastinets. And unfortunately, I regretfully have to admit, I'm 47 years old, that I didn't know about Trastinets. And I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of people out there who don't know about it either. So we need to change that, especially in the context of work with youth. For example, in overseas, in EU, there are groups, and those groups are working on finding out the mass burial graves and then pass on the data to their relatives today. And they're putting their lives at risk by doing that work, noble work. We need to support them. And I think, unfortunately, we are losing in that ideological war. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nicholas Fridonovich, for your very candid, honest, heartfelt words. And I would like to give the floor to our colleague from Georgia, Gulbat Viktorovich Arshiladze, who, after all, was able to join us via the conference. Mr. Gulbat, can you hear me? Yes, so you have the floor in this case. Thank you very much. I did come on time, At the appointed time, I took into account the difference in the time zones, and now here I am. Thank you very much for your invitation, and I have a report prepared about the legitimacy of the term genocide of the Belarusian people. That's the title of my report. And allow me to read it out for you. A huge number of political and even legal terms lose their profound meaning due to frequent daily use. This leads to the devaluation of terminology in the socio-political lexicon. This also applies to the term genocide, despite its fairly precise legal definition in the 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As often happens in international politics, state interests, whether rightly or wrongly understood, are placed above legal norms, and there are attempts to bypass international law. It is precisely in such situations that certain legal terms are used as political tools for self-justification or to accuse opponents. Genocide, despite the exceptional sensitivity and uniqueness of this term, is no exception. The Soviet Union, Soviet Belarus, and the Independent Republic of Belarus have never abused the use of the term genocide by applying it to themselves. This is despite the fact that even if one wished to do so, it would have been extremely difficult to distort the term genocide to define one's own history during the Great Patriotic War by the peoples of the Soviet Union, and especially by the Belarusian people, because every single point defining the legal meaning of genocide as listed in the Convention of 1948 accurately applies to describing the horrors inflicted upon them by the fascist aggressors. I will not enumerate the statistics of civilians casualties deliberately exterminated in the Belarusian Social Soviet Republic or argue that it constituted genocide against Slavic subhumans, as described by the fascists themselves. All of it is well known in modern Belarus, not least because President Alexander Lukashenko in 2021 restored justice by initiating the law on the genocide against the Belarusian people, signed by the President on January the 5th, 2022. I will simply say that I am amazed and inspired by the resistance of Belarusians against the fascists, the legendary guerrillas, partisans, and I bow in memory to the inhabitants of villages and towns ruthlessly exterminated by the Nazis, collectively remembered under the name Khatim. The law on the genocide against the Belarusian people qualifies Nazi crimes committed on the territory of Belarus as genocide. It is also notable and admirable that this very concise law, which fits on a single page and consists of only 5 articles, aims to preserve the memory of millions of Soviet citizens, I'm quoting, who became victims during the Great Patriotic War and in the post-war period up to the end of 1951. By doing so, Belarus provides an example of true brotherhood between peoples, known as internationalism. And along with the law on preventing the rehabilitation of Nazism, adopted on May the 14th, 2021, warns against the spread of ideas and movements akin to fascism in spirit. This principled approach by the Belarusian state irritates the Western political establishment, which believes that victory over Nazi Germany was won by Americans and British, while the USSR played a secondary role in World War II. Western leaders never apply the term genocide to Nazi crimes committed against the Belarusian people or other peoples of the Soviet Union. These attitudes are supported and reinforced by research institutions in European Union, which are supposed to meant to speak the truth, at least for a limited circle of readers or expert colleagues. There are many examples out there, but I will give one from Germany, a country once ruled by the Nazis and responsible for the suffering of the peoples of the Soviet Union, including the Belarusian people. This concerns the project Country Analysis, carried out by German political scientists from various research centers specializing in former socialistic bloc countries.
Take, for instance, Felix Ackermann, a researcher at the German Historical Institute in Warsaw, who gathers stereotypes about Belarus and the Soviet Union, twisting facts upside down. The article was written in 2021, when Belarus's genocide law had not yet been adopted, but following his speech at the Hatyn Memorial Ceremony, as well as the adoption of the law on preventing the rehabilitation of Nazis. The article specifically says, the state's intensification of criminal prosecution regarding the genocide of the Belarusian people emerged in Lukashenko's speech, as well as in other public statements on this topic, without explicit mention of the approximately 500,000 Holocaust victims on the territory of the BSSR. At the same time, Jews killed in occupied Soviet territory and occupied Poland consistently included in the rounded figure of victims as every third Belarusian. This deliberate manipulation fully aligns with the tradition of Soviet memorial plaques, where sites of bullet Holocaust massacres are labeled as killed Soviet citizens. The political promotion of a genocide narrative while virtually ignoring the Holocaust is in itself an act of anti-Semitism. In close temporal proximity during April and May 2021, there was a significant increase in openly anti-Semitic statements in state-run media. They were directed against specific individuals who were portrayed and insulted as Jews in the case of Düsseldorf-based historian Alexander Friedman, who was repeatedly and openly attacked in the pages of the newspaper Sovetskaya Belorussia, published by the presidential administration. End of quote. A specialist writing about Belarus and Soviet history should have understood that in our Soviet tradition it simply isn't customary to emphasize the ethnic background of the victims of Nazism, just as we don't highlight the ethnicity of their executioners, who were in their service of the Germans. This isn't done to silence the suffering endured by Jews. As is known, among the Soviet Union's total irreversible human losses exceeding 26 million people, approximately 18 million were civilians. Naturally, Jews did not dominate these figures, and within this number of deceased Soviet civilians, the absolute majority who fell victim to genocide through the deliberate destruction of the population's living environment were not Jews, but rather, let's say, persons of Slavic ethnicity. So if we keep reminding people of this at every opportunity, doesn't that also amount to a form of Holocaust denial? I won't delve into the intrigues being spun by certain individuals from Belarus regarding how ethnic Jews of Belarus were classified as part of the unified Belarusian people by the 2022 genocide law. I'm certain that if Jews were singled out in legislation, they would just as effectively start shouting about Latska's anti-Semitism, as in this case. I know that Belarusian Jews, like Rabbi Yigael Yehudi, a remarkable thinker and anti-fascist whom I invited to Tbilisi to deliver lectures on the fascism, entirely different views and patriots of Belarus, all remaining fully Jewish. Regarding the genocide of Belarusians and the population of the Nazi-occupied territories, it must be remembered that a vast number of people were systematically destroyed not through direct execution, but by the annihilation of their living environment, burning and devastating cities and villages, crops, forests, and more for non-military purposes, solely to create unbearable conditions for the country's inhabitants. Proportionally, Belarus suffered more than any other Soviet republic from this method of extermination. This is no secret, and no one is disputing that. To those who deny the genocide of the Belarusian people, one need only point to the third clause of the UN's 1948 Convention definition of genocide, deliberately inflicting on their group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. And when we know that the Nazis and their collaborators burned approximately 9,200 villages in relatively small Belarus, over 5,000 of them with their inhabitants still inside, it becomes undeniable that the world must recognize these Nazi atrocities as genocide. Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko is absolutely correct in stating that fascist ideology is alien to Belarus, whose genetic memory has become a true national immunity. Moreover, during the war, there were relatively few collaborators among Belarusians compared to other occupied republics and territories of the USSR. That said, collaborators did exist. There were also those who carried on the dark legacy of these Nazi accomplices, attempting to destabilize peaceful, socially oriented Belarus using so-called hybrid warfare tactics. It's hardly surprising that Ukraine fell victim to neo-fascists. The early signs of genocide there emerged in the denial of people's right to freely use the Russian language. I'm talking about the modern-day genocide in the Ukraine, where people were denied the use of their native language, tantamount to outlawing freedom of religion. Similar trends are being observed in the Baltic states and across Europe as well. Today's European fascism goes by the name of Russophobia or anti-orthodoxy. This concerns all of us, people of goodwill, regardless of our nationality or religious affiliation. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening me to the very end. Thank you very much, Gubat Mitrovich. I'd like to clarify that the investigation found that the number of villages burned down were 12,888. Thank you very much for your presentation about the genocide of the Belarusian people. Dear participants of the conference, I'm very pleased to have our Polish guest, Krzysztof Talwinski. He's going to speak about institutional Russophobia. We've been looking forward to greeting you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize beforehand for any errors that I might make. Please treat my presentation as a practicing politician. In order to effectively dismember and dehumanize the whole groups and peoples. The process must include governmental institutes, and they can also participate in it. This is how state-run Russophobia in Poland takes place. There is a supranational structure of the European Union. It's an exclusive club of political and financial oligarchy, and they have the right to vote on behalf of entire Europe, not just the European Union. The same is with NATO. As a consequence, there is an escalation of the conflict with the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus. It is indicative to look at the army chief of France at a meeting with local authorities who claim that France has enough economic and demographic potential to beat Russia. Who will believe that? The Frenchmen must also be prepared to lose their children in a potential conflict with Russia. Václav Kukua, the head of the General Staff of Army, entered into an offensive phase. The enemy tries to weaken the society, to reduce their trust into the government and the armed forces, to prepare them for potential activities in the territory of Poland. He claims that the Poles are not prepared for the war and its consequences. As a Polish politician, I don't believe Polish authorities. We ourselves don't trust this. The Minister of the Defense, Władysław Kamysz, says that we live in a time where it's difficult to anticipate what's coming. We need to stay between peace and war. The intentions of the Western world have been shown by Radosław Sikorski. His son serves in the US Army. His wife is an activist in the United States as well. Sikorski was charged with spying. It doesn't matter what Russia is doing. What matters is what precautions our democratic country should make. What can Moscow do to us? And what can we do to Moscow? In this atmosphere, we must not be surprised that a Polish mercenary when the conflict in Ukraine broke out, he spoke on the radio saying that I went to Ukraine to fight out of hatred toward Russian people. A journalist asked, "Is this your motivation? What are the roots of this hatred to Russia?" It stems from the fact that once they offended my family, and it was done by those people. That's why I believed that I had to settle a score. He went to Donbass, which is the territory of Russia, and in the Polish media, despite the Polish law, both the editorial board and this citizen can overtly express such views. It's illegal in Poland and across the world. The mercenary lived in Olsztyn. And $80,000 for Germany was the result. On November 20, 1945, the First Belarusian Front occupied Olsztyn, and later it handed over the control to the Polish authorities. And this town is still within the boundaries of Poland. The propaganda machine aims to support Russophobia. There were some real subversions. So a survey was taken. Despite manipulations, only 54% of respondents believed that it was the Russians who were behind those attacks. But it so transpired that 47% believed that it was the Ukrainians doing, and only 25% thought it was the Russians. Based on that, the Polish society at the moment is subjected to massive backbone breaking and threatening. Andrei Givatko, former spy chief, worked with the CIA in the 80s. He suggests considering the introduction of an emergency situation because of the Russian propaganda, which subverts the trust to the government. Russophobia without institutional support in Poland would be impossible. So the judicial system comes to help. There was a deportation, there was an extradition request to release a Ukrainian, but Germany rejected that request.
And the Polish court decided to release this suspect, whereas the Italian court ruled for the extradition. And the reasoning behind the court decision was that this act was committed during Russia's ongoing bloody and genocidal aggression against Ukraine since 2014. So according to the court, if Ukrainian special services organized an armed military mission to destroy an enemy pipeline, then this action was not illegal. On the contrary, they ruled that it was a justified and fair. But how can one comment on this? We're talking about an official statement by the official judiciary power and so on. So it's without comment here. Well, the Chancellery of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland informed that, and for my activities, by the way, they banned me from entering the building because allegedly I represent a threat to their activity. I don't know, how can you do such thing in a democratic state? So basically what they're saying is that you, being a Polish politician, saying about Russophobia, talking about Russophobia, so you're banned from our premises. So here in the Belarusian capital, marking the 80th anniversary of the victory over Nazism, I, being a Polish politician, simply obliged to draw attention to the denial in the so-called Western world of the role of the Soviet Union as the state of the Red Army, including Belarusian partisans and soldiers, in the final victory over Nazi Germany, which saved Europe, including my own country, the Republic of Poland, and the Poles were spared from the Nazi extermination. In the Republic of Poland, we have an institute of the people's memory. And they are publishing a literary version of the events, especially during World War II and after 1945, and not the most refined version, strengthening the power of politicians of all stripes in Poland who serve the interests of Western states. A conservative commentator and journalist notes, I know of cases where politicians were summoned to the offices of various former US ambassadors to Poland, where they were told what to do and how to influence them. I also heard about it. I heard how authorities subsequently punished those who tried to oppose US ambassadors, our friends and allies. Therefore, the former president of the Institute of National Remembrance and the current president of the Republic of Belarus, elected with 10 million votes out of almost 21 million votes, with a turnout of 71.6%, is no different. Personally, I recall his quote, and I call him a barbarian of monuments. And I would like to quote him here. The monument to Polish-Soviet brotherhood is a symbol of Soviet domination, a false history that never took place. Monuments to Soviet soldiers are a symbol of a criminal system and not liberation. Such symbols are unacceptable. So according to such images, and according to the current President of the Republic of Poland, the sacrifice of 6 million of Polish citizens as victims of German genocide, interrupted by or stopped by the Red Army, was not enough to convince the incumbent president of the truth. I would like to note here before the participants of today's conference on the 80th anniversary of the restoration of the Polish statehood, in contrast to the betrayal of the authorities of the Republic of Poland, that the heroism and shed blood of Red Army soldiers in the fight against the Nazi invaders and occupiers became the foundation for the restoration of the Polish state. And we must remember with a sense of national dignity and respect the borders of the current Polish state. And we need to, again, remember it with respect and all the due honors. The sacrifice of the soldiers and officers of the victorious Red Army, of the Soviet people and other peoples who fought against fascism, including our brotherly nation of Belarus. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I wasn't ready to read it in Russian because I was ready to deliver my speech in Polish, hence my stuttering. So thank you very much for your report. It was very emotional, and I don't think you made mistake that would prevent us from understanding the message. Thank you. Well, the topic of the conference also finds response in many hearts of many people around the world, and lots of video messages have been sent to the host of the conference, including our colleagues from Bulgaria. I would like to present to your attention a video message from the chairperson of the Association of Bulgaria and Eurasia. So, all eyes on the screen, please. Could you put on the video? Today, I will present a report on how contemporary Bulgarians perpetuate the memory. And instead, in perpetuating the memory, they glorify the collaborators, as unlike Belarus, where the historical memory of the Great Patriotic War is the foundational value and an element of the national identity, Bulgaria and Belarus are two countries with opposite ways of perpetuating the memory of the Great Patriotic War. In Belarus, it's a sacred memory and is supported by the state at all levels. In Bulgaria, it's the other way around. We can observe the development of fascist legacy and the replacement of authorities and glorifying of the Nazi movement. On paper, Bulgaria supports the European documents condemning totalitarianism. However, the state first of all condemns communism, and the policy is unilateral, and fascism has practically been eliminated from the discourse. There are no new monuments created to the victims of fascism. At the same time, Bulgaria opens memorials that distort the interpretation of the past. And the most concerning case is the leader of MRO, Mr. Mikhailov, who collaborated with fascists. His bust was opened in Sofia. It's a person who was directly related to the fascists. Another general who headed Bulgarian legions, who cooperated with SS. There is a Ukov march held in the capital. Such events are banned in most European countries, whereas in Bulgaria they were turned into a tradition. Political organizations use Azov symbols, and all of it without any administrative or criminal consequences, which testifies not to the freedom of opinion but uncontrolled propagation of Nazi rhetoric. And there are a lot of slogans that can be heard during marches in Sofia that go back to the Nazi party. And the climax of this controversial policy is the vote held in Bulgaria against Resolution 179 of the General Assembly of the UN against the glorification of Nazism. And it manifests in the opening of new monuments and rehabilitation of the fascist symbols. And this is a clear sign that fight against heroization of fascism is not a priority in Bulgaria. In Belarus, every third citizen was killed, and there were hundreds of ghettos and concentration camps opened on its soil. Therefore, that's why the memory about that war is a core memory for most Belarusians. And the state actively is an active participant on the international arena against the revival of the Nazi ideology. And the UN resolution on the prevention of revival of Nazi practices is a fundamental document, and Bulgaria, conversely, secretly supports the memory or maintains the memory of collaborators. There is no balance in Bulgaria or imbalance. The communists who fell to Nazis are forgotten, and the Nazi collaborators remembered. In Belarus, it's the other way around. Belarus follows a policy on preserving the memory about the victims that fell to Nazism. And the conclusion is quite simple here. The historical security of Bulgaria is under threat. And until Bulgaria develops a uniform national strategy to prevent the revival of the fascist history, will not move forward. Thank you for your attention. So allow me to give the floor or present to your attention the video message from Grigorova Darina, professor and doctor of historical sciences of the Sofia University, on the replacement of the distortion of historical memory and the revenge of the defeated. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your invitation to the third international conference on the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. I'd like to start my report And the title of my report is Distortion of Historical Memory of the Great Victory, Revenge of the Defeated. My name is Darina Grigorova. I'm a professor at the Department of Modern and Contemporary History of Sofia University. So why this topic is so important right now? I would like to draw your attention to several details. The first one being the ideology of the Cold War. The Cold War is the continuation of the hot Second World War on the ideological battlefield. So it's practically, it was the installation of the great victory that started immediately after the May the 9th and the dilution of the boundary between the defeated and the victors. But the main ideology of the language of the Cold War was prepared in 1930s among Russian immigrants. It's the equation putting an equal sign between communism and Nazism. All of it is a result of the publications made by the Russian immigrants. And that's where the terms national communism, Stalin, fascism came into being, and so on. And those who equalize Nazism and Stalinism try to rewrite the history from this viewpoint of the defeated who do not celebrate the Victory Day. Fedotov is writing his articles as a defeated. He was first defeated as a Bolshevik after the 1917, and then he was defeated again in 1945. So this ignoring of the Victory Day should be clear to you, Belarusians. I mean, the 17th September 1979 that Belarus celebrates as a unification of the West and Eastern Europe, Belarus. Usually it's ignored. This holiday is ignored, and it is a very important holiday for you. And in the contemporary Ukraine, they forget that in 1940s the Bukovina and Galicia were returned back to Ukraine, and after the victory, the Zakarpattia region was given back to Ukraine. So no matter how evil you call Soviet Union, but the Soviet borders of the former Soviet republics are beyond contestation. So the next term is pseudo-pacifism and Sovietophobia, Sovietphobia and Russophobia. So the Victory Day is kind of a litmus test, conscious test, and it causes outrage among neoliberals, neo-globalists, and usually it is directly related to the rehabilitation to Vlasov, Bykov, and not only, and also the such a term as the morbid fascination with victory. So this term, the so-called morbid fascination with victory, goes against the official statement of the Church, which turns it into a sacred event. And Metropolitan Luka, who now preaches in Ukraine, says this about the Victory Day: those who are using this kind of terminology do not do it for the sake of truth, but in order to undermine the unity of the people. They want us to doubt our ancestry. They want us to stop loving our land. For me, the Victory Day is not a political show. It's a all-nation mourning where all people come together to say, we remember, we thank you. Right now in Ukraine, where the memory of the Great Patriotic War is being repressed. Another line is the attitude of immortal liberals towards immortal regiment. Immortal regiment is called by liberals is the mass cult of the dead. So they incorrectly compare it to concentration camps. So they say that the pictures of Auschwitz should stay within the walls of Auschwitz. However, the Immortal Regiment is about people who liberated Auschwitz and not the victims of Auschwitz. It's a memory of the victors, about the liberators. And in Donetsk there was an Immortal Regiment consisting of the people who died after 2014. Like now we have the Immortal Regiment consisting of the heroes who fell during the special military operation. So the attitude of liberals towards the Immortal Regiment is very indicative, and now there are people who are celebrate this Third Reich and are now welcoming the Fourth Reich. And
another point that can be viewed introspectively, I don't support the repressions in the Soviet Union, but it was Stalin who was in charge of the military command during the war. The May 9th is also the Slavonic victory over a neo-Nazi project of Germany. And the Slavic element is not well developed. The Holocaust also included the Slavic people, not just the Jews. Any post-war relocations of the Slavic people go along the lines of the Untermensch ideology. On the other hand, the groundwork of Russophobia or Slavonic phobia is Christianity phobia, and the battle with orthodoxy can be clearly viewed in Ukraine, where the orthodoxy is getting physically destroyed with the immediate mobilization of the clergy. In the first draft of the UN Project of Genocide, the term cultural genotype was included as a separate page, but then the views separated. The United States, the Latin America except Cuba, and the Western Europe rejected this article, and it was the Soviet delegation at the UN that tried to invigorate the discussions on the genotype, because they knew that the Germans destroyed the National Library, the law schools, the Science Academy, the books that were looted and burned in Minsk region alone. But still, this notion of genotype wasn't accepted. But the persecution of the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine is termed as religiotit. This term appeared in 1998. This is a German word, but it applies generally to the Orthodoxy in Russia and Ukraine. The term introduced by Dmitry Kartsov, because the aim of the current power in Ukraine is Brest Union 2. So there is ideological struggle for the future, and de-Christianization will lead to the demise of Europe. And the great victory is part of reality. It is part of the sovereignty of the victors. And prognostic capability to construct the future. Alexander Panarin, the contemporary Russian philosopher, believes that prognostic capacity is measured by the depth of cultural memory and understanding of events in their social potential, and whoever retains spiritual and cultural memory will prevail. This is the end of my report. Thank you very much. The full text will be provided in the summary that will be published. Thank you very much. Dear participants of the conference, Darina Grigorova in the last presentation was with Bozhinov Konstantin, who shared her opinion, and he also advocates the idea by which the Balkan Slavic Orthodox people after the war were subjected overtly to genocide. Dear participants of the conference, the agenda of the day, the list of speakers are all used up. All the presentations were very colorful and informative. We will continue our work tomorrow. There will be a creative contents presentation of results. Also, there will be 2 sessions on historical topics. It is under those platforms that you can continue to discuss the designated topics. Thank you very much. I wish you all health, peace, and well-being.